Good, great morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as I Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. With that said, howdy, y'all. Happy New Year. And I'm here with just a little bit of craziness. Well, maybe a lot of craziness. Who knows? Tomorrow, or actually in about 44 minutes, it'll be January the 3rd. And I try to consider myself knowing what's going on, kind of thing. But apparently, and maybe it's my brain is going through a Mandela experience, but um, I thought I kind of sort of knew when all the, meteor showers were or are, or time and that kind of thing, and kind of sort of where they're located. But this new one, it's not new. They say it's old. Every year it comes around, and I'm like, seriously, okay, so the meteor shower, the third and the fourth, peak dates are based on local times in New York. The It's called the quadrantids. Quadrantids. Okay. Um, and I thought I was a little nuts in reading some of this. And um, hey, Jody, how are you? Greetings. How are you, my friend? I've been going through old comments on my YouTube channel. I didn't know how to get there, quite frankly, and I was like, "Oh, look, I can do it like this." Anyway, sometimes I'm slow. Sometimes I'm really slow, but I got my helmet on, and this is a real World War II helmet. It could have been World War One also, but it's was definitely in World War II. And I got this for a play that I was in years ago, and I bought it. It's British, and it is from the UK. And so this is a real, sure enough, got a few dents in it kind of thing. And so I was just kind of, how'd it get wet on top? Well, that's weird. Hmm. So I was like, I read this one thing that way back in 14 something AD that, where tens of thousands of Chinese were killed when rocks just fell from the sky and killed them where they were, where they were standing. It was like, what? And of course, I have often wondered, having taken astronomy in college and so forth, and a long time, viewer of the sky, how do these folks that this thing happened 1400 years, well, actually, I guess if it was in 1400 ish, then it would have been 600 or 700 years. Okay, but anyway, but to the point, scientists are saying that it must be fragments left over by this comet or asteroid. Now, I'm sorry, but what? What? Oh, it's the remnants of this comet or asteroid or something. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. How do you know what the name of this thing is that happened some 600 or 700 years ago? How do you know its name and what's its classification and all this other kind of stuff? And I'm sorry, the Chinese are good, but did they name the thing? I'm just, you know, where they get some of this stuff. And I asked about this when I was taking astronomy back in college in 1971. And I was like, How did they arrive at this? Well, a bunch of guys sitting around with a telescope and they decided to name it this. Okay. So a 600-year-old event, more or less, is somehow related to this. Wait a minute. They gave it a name. They got a thing. It's got a designation. It's got a what? What? How do you know what happened 600 years ago? I'm just, oh, but it's the remnant of this, we think. Well, but they say it's a remnant of something, and then they go, we think. It's a hypothesis, you know. What? And that's what bothers me with some of this science. And for many of you who've been hanging out with me for a while, I'm still ticked off about the speed of light. They say that the speed of light is a constant, and it's not. It's an average. Okay. So, but they still insist, everybody you talk to, oh, the speed of light is, right? Really? Well, then how come if you dig a little deeper, the speed of light is an average? What? Oh, it's 11:22. For those of you who do, happy 20. Well, it's not quite the third, so it's January 2, 2022. Lots of twos, you know. So, ooh, that was a good one. That one went all the way down. So anyway, this is just a little bit of me prattling on about some of this stuff. They talk about science and how sure they are, and they've got all this, and you know, when a lot of it is we think, you know, what? Because how can they name an asteroid or whatever that's Isby? How are you? Yeah, I'm going to do another one too. I started at 11:15, and but anyway. So my question in is all this is this: where did they get this info that 600 plus years ago this thing was named, and you know, oh, and every year it comes around. Well, here's a weird thing in my brain. I don't remember this event. I'm always looking for outside stuff to look at it. How come I've missed this one? The quantaritids. Quadrantids. It's a quadrantids. It's a like, what? Y'all couldn't have come up with a better name to name the damn thing. If you're making this stuff up, why don't you just call it January 3rd event? Hey, Travis, how are you? So I'm just slightly miffed about um, what some of these scientists will put out there, and they will absolutely pound their fist on the table and demand that it's true. We got this. Now, also with this tonight, tomorrow, about the quandarandidarids, whatever the name is, it's weird to pronounce. Um, hey, Isby, didn't I say hi? I think so. But anyway, so in my frustration with all this stuff, you know, science is supposed to be the perfect, and they're supposed to know, and they're supposed to be able to teach us and everything. Then why don't they teach the truth? That some of these things are absolutely a hypothesis, okay? This new telescope that's out there. So they want to look deeper into the universe. Why? Because they're trying to find the beginning. What? Yes. One of the recent ones, but they said this in all of them. Um, Interviews, that is, and remarks and stuff, that you know they'll be able to see further back in time. they'll be able to look at the red dwarfs and the red stars and be able to look at the redshift because that's how they're able to tell distances and times. Okay, now here's the thing. The reason I brought up the speed of light is because the speed of light is not a constant. So I don't care how good your telescope is, if you're looking way off in the vast depths of the universe, and you say, well, that light travels at umpty scrunch miles per hour, if you use the average. Now, what if it's traveling slower? And we don't know because, we're stupid. In that, well, what if that red shift from all the way out there on the other side of the universe is actually, it's taken like a third more time to get here than you think it has, right? Oh, we can calculate this and we can do this, but you're using an average. So when you're talking about from Earth to the sun, which is 1 AU, astronomical unit, um, don't get me started. Yeah, I was just going to do this. I wanted to say hi to everybody, and Happy New Year. And I was looking for stuff to talk about, kind of thing. And I was like, oh, wearing a helmet after finding out that like 10,000 Chinese died from this event back in 1460 or something. Hey, conscious, what's happening? Traveling through space like you. How about that? So, one of the other things that had been brought up in some of these interviews about the big telescope and everything, is that the universe is speeding up. What? Oh, yeah, the universe is speeding up. The galaxies are speeding up. The solar system is speeding up. No offense, but how the do you know? Well, we take observations. Okay. You take observations based on an average. So you're whatever you tell us from this point forward is based on an average. I'm just saying, okay, it's all right. Um, and the event that apparently the Chinese documented, well, there are things around here in South Georgia, and not just in South Georgia. Okay, they're called the Carolina Bays. Okay, now there are these indentations, not necessarily all over the planet, but in quite a few places. And there are holes or ponds or whatever. We got a bunch of them in a certain area right around us. Redshift theory can house some books calling BS on that as the Big Bang. I agree. That's sort of my point. Thank you. Join in. Please leave your comments, whether we agree with them or not. Place your comments in the chat room, but or in the comments afterwards. Hey, Dominic, haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. There's several folks that, as I was going through trying, I realized that there have been some bad folks who have left, bad things in the comments, like links to weird places, right? I don't mean comments, but But anyway, so I spent the afternoon. Boy, did we have some rain today. A half an inch of rain the first wave of showers that went through, and then another inch of rain, and we're kind of sort of out of the you're just okay. Well, that's better than being all up, But anyway, hope things get better, Dominic. Yeah, so this redshift theory and all this stuff. So they've spent billions of dollars to put this thing up there. And, fingers crossed the damn thing works when it gets there or whatever. But billions of dollars with a B, which probably means it's trillions, but billions is bad enough. Now the tech and the things that they have to do, the machining processes, all of the process that makes those things, I gotta say, it might take 10 years for some of that information to see. There's one right there. Somebody has decided that this site is worth oh, here we go. Ooh, I like which really means about 250. Y'all make me laugh. I tell you what, I learned how to get rid of them folks. How about that? Boy, this year, um, there are a lot of folks who are like, oh, well, the rabbis are talking that there's whoever rabbis are predicting that Yahshua, Jesus, the dude's going to be here this year. 2022 is the year for the return. Really? Well, for some of us who've been watching Dante for a while, we might have, I've said this a long time ago. I think he's already here, been here, and, y'all just missed it. So, but the rabbi, we got to listen to the rabbi. Can't listen to anybody else. No, we got to, now I'm making this up, but Rabbi Glitch, I'm making this up, okay? But Rabbi Glitch is talking about, and I've known some rabbis, good people, okay? Um, I would agree with you on that. Oh, look, there's another one. Somebody's got us targeted, and but I have just learned how to report uh, and get rid of them. So, how about that? Wow, that's cool. It's gone out of here. Yay, team. Um, I would agree with you on that, Dominic. In watching different, I got like 200 and some odd channels that come across my purview, and I'm checking out stuff all the time. I'm, glancing at headlines and this and that and the lamestream media and all that kind of stuff. And I would absolutely agree with you on this is the year of the response because there are so many people, just for just over the new year, right? People wanted to go out, have fireworks, and I think it was in Italy or somewhere that they said, nope, you can't have fireworks. They set them off anyway. They were like, screw you. This is the first of the year. We're shooting off fireworks. There are a lot of people that are just have had enough of stuff, right? Politicians and this and that, and and it's like, so this is the year of the response because for the last 2 years, people have been afraid to respond. And we've been through 2 years of crap. And this year, folks are going, nope, sorry. And I don't want to say, I don't want to use the W word, um, meaning WAR. Okay. But it is going to be it already is a conflict of sorts in that people like me are like, no, I'm sorry. I haven't had a flu shot in years because I am allergic to whatever's in them. Okay. I'm not going to take my chance to get a shot and it kill me because of previous years and incidents. Okay. Other people, it's about free will. You can't tell me what to do. Well, they've been doing their best. Godzilla. Oh yeah, man. Uh, and here's the interesting thing. A month or so ago, I did a thing about, I did Monstro Invisibili, the invisible monsters. Yeah, well, now that I know how to do it, bye bye. You know, it's over there with the little dots on the side of the chat. I had no idea what that shit was for. Sorry, but anyway. Um, but there are people in towns, in churches, in schools, in whatever, and they just up to here, and the conflict is my basic human rights to say no, and the basic supposedly natural law as a quote citizen of the United States, and we the people of the United States, and blah blah blah, right? This year is the war of the spirits. Now, my guys upstairs are like, "Yep." Um, so the war of the spirit. Well, what do you mean? Well, the Catholic Church is falling apart. I mean, literally, there are so many folks within the church itself that are telling the Pope to go take a hike. They're like Bergoglio, he's not even the Pope anyway. He's just an overseer and but whatever he's selling, the Novus Ordo, which is the New World Order, Novus Ordo. If you ever listen to any of these little thingies, and he uses the words Novus Ordo, he is talking about the New World Order. He's talking about, Now, again, I am not against lesbians and gays and all that. I got family members. I talk about this. That's not the point. But the point of the church is, from their point of view, it's not right. Okay. So I think the church should follow its teachings. Okay. Follow its whatever. Oh, no. Well, no, we're just going to forget 2,000 years of how we, you know, but sorry, you can't marry them in the church. They must go to another church or a municipality. That they can still come to church, but technically they're not supposed to receive Holy Communion. Okay. Now, I only bring this up because it's up to the church. So for 2,000 years, here are the rules, and these folks come along in 1964 and change everything. The New World Order. Throw out your old Bibles and get the new one. They've changed the text of the Bible. And I don't mean the King James version. I mean I'm talking about the original Catholic Bible. The Pope says, don't read it, it's bad for you. What? So everything is changing, but the people who like the old traditions of the church, the old mass style, the old traditions, because the new mass ain't even a mass, it's some kind of people getting together. So people want their church back. They want the old mass back. They want to feel connected with God, not this new stuff. And that, I got out of it in the early 70s, mainly because of a lot of the priests were gay and all that stuff and feeling me up and others. And, that just ain't right. You allow these people in a religious organization and you won't stand up for the children. That affected my life. My whole life was spent dealing with these powerful people who did these things to me as a very young man. So they never took responsibility. Coleslaw, how you doing? Absolutely, power corrupts. And for anybody who's ever been given the job to be the supervisor or whatever, they always take it, well, blah, blah, blah. Duck. I did a show a while back. I was talking about duck, you know, duck and cover, right? So it doesn't mean that you're going to hide and not paying attention. You still need to know, good to see you, coleslaw, cole, law. I love it. But so anyway, the idea though that I think this year we need to keep our helmets on, not just for rocks falling out of the sky. Oh, which I was going to say, the movie that's out on Netflix, Look Up or whatever, something. I perused it but haven't watched it yet. Now I have to say that I have been in positions of quote power, not like these politicians and everybody. There's no way, right? But my take has always been as the general manager, as the director, as the whatever, that you must work with the people. Now, there are certain things that, as a director in a show or whatever, I demanded in that now this is what I want. Well, what about over here? Whatever. Okay, I'll listen, but basically, this is what I want. And so, authoritatively, but if somebody comes up, um, oh, you're welcome, Dominic. But so the idea, though, that somehow, man, love you all. I do. Good to see you all here on the. It's still the 2nd of January, 2022. I was just sitting here today. We've had a lot of thunderstorms and rain today, and thank goodness most of it's out. But looking out the window and thinking, wow, it's 2022. How in the hell did I make it this far? Hey, Susie Q, how are you? Man, much love to you too. Y'all probably getting responses with all the likeys that I did for the literally the last year, going in and making comments for um for your comments. But anyway, for the last year, and I looked at it and I was like, wait a minute. I haven't done this in a yeah. Oh, maybe I haven't done this ever. So, but anyway, uh, so in this coming year, though, more people than not are discussing. No, the change is ahead of us. Ooh, big time wind event out there. Just whoa! Can you hear that? Holy mackerel! We must be getting. Had the really main line of thunderstorms come through, and well, there's stuff falling on the house, and the wind really picked up. And I'm assuming that right now, sorry, being I know Doug's. They're throwing tree limbs at us. Looks like this second. Actually, it's a third line of thunderstorms that's coming through. Man, it's packing a punch. The cold air is supposed to be behind this one. If the lights flicker or something and I glitch out, I will reboot and come back on. Yeah, it's this next line. So we got some high winds and some heavy duty rain and lightning and thunder here for the next few minutes. But anyway, we had a half an inch the first rain that went through. Then we had about an hour and a half, 2 hour break, and then the big one came through and got an inch of rain out of that one. And now it's raining heavily again right now. So, all right. Yeah, I'm not worried, but you never know. The other day we had a tornado that was, about 10 miles to the east of me, and a lot of tornadic um, wind going on. Hey, David, how are you? Hope you're doing well, and happy New Year to everybody. I put the music off to listen. Okay, it this thing is heavy. It's only a couple of pounds, but where sitting on your head. God love them people that in the world wars. You don't have a mouse in your pocket? Yeah, I got my hair tucked down in my shirt so it won't be in the way. But I pull it out and look like a hippie. But anyway, so rocks on our head. These folks in politics, I mean, them poor folks up in New York City, um, and other places that are getting arrested for being on the street. I think it's Montreal. I was watching a channel, and them folks up in Toronto and Montreal and up in there, they're being arrested. I mean, like pulled out of their cars and beaten and handcuffed. Like what? Because they were on the road after 10 o'clock. Now, so um, if it was a nuclear disaster, if there was some kind of like when that hurricane came through a couple of years ago and there were power lines down everywhere, you couldn't drive anywhere without their power lines being across the road. I could see where they were telling people there's a curfew. We don't want you out riding around because a lot of the roads aren't open and there's power lines down everywhere and we don't want y'all to get hurt, okay, or get stuck or something, right? That makes sense. But because of the vid, no, you can't be out because we say so, you know. Well, that's the response that people are saying. You know what? We no, thousands of people are showing up in a lot of places around the planet. Oh, you do live in Chicago, so I do not like the way women speak. And yeah, some of them folks up there. Another murder on the north side, carjackings and just, somebody trying to leave to go somewhere and somebody comes up and puts a cap in your ass and steals your car, leaves you dead on the road. Okay. But it doesn't make it right. No. But here's the thing, as long as there are people in crowded situations, somebody's going to go crazy in whatever way they do. Well, that shouldn't be. I agree. But in the world of stuff, you get 3 or 4 million people in a place like Southside. Yep, I've been to the South Side many years ago. And when we went, I was like, what? And we had a black gentleman with us at the time, and we were going to pick up something for him or whatever. And it was around Christmas time. Or wait, I think it was right after Christmas. Anyway, but it was around this time of year, in Chicago. So we went to the south side and he's like, don't look out the window. Don't do this. Don't look that. Don't wave at anybody. Hey, Pearl, don't do that, and I was like, what? And as we got in further south in the south side, I realized that it was like Ybor City in Tampa. You don't go down 22nd Street. You don't go over there. And even if you have business, you don't go over there. The West still has metal protectors. Oh yeah, And you know what? If I was some of them folks down there, you can take a piece of pipe. The only problem is that you can't, you don't have shotgun shells. Yeah, keep them cleaned and oiled. Absolutely. And they, I've been busted twice, and both times there was a shotgun. Here I had a shotgun way back in my closet. But because I was a felon at the time, when they searched my house, they took my 12 gauge single shot break barrel shotgun. When it came time to go to court and everything, that 12 gauge shotgun was never found. It never made it to, to the police station. It was never properties. It was never introduced into property. And so when I got busted in Tampa, there was a rifle in the back seat covered with clothes and everything. You didn't know it was there until you started taking our shit off of it, right? It was a 22 Magnum Winchester style, lever action, and that gun never made it to properties in Tampa. And of course, they really wanted that charge for a gun charge against me because I would have got an extra 10 years, and that was way back then. But the gun never made it to the properties room. It never. Oops. Am I still alive? Can you still see me? Raise your hand. The lights just flickered, and sometimes the modem has to reboot. So, can y'all still see me? Okay, 5 by 5. Thank you. Okay, you saw the lights flicker. We got some high wind at the moment. I mean, we have thunderstorms, in the wintertime, summertime, and this time of year with cold weather, hot weather kind of thing. Of course, we have them. Oh, we're having. Listen, we've been having these storms ever since I've been born. So come on, get over it. Yes, sometimes weather gets bad. Yes, sometimes there's lightning and thunder, and yes, some trees and stuff. Yes, that's all true. It's just part of, it is just part of the world, right? So, but anyway, yum, yum. So, I'm somehow, oh, I moved my chair. That's what's up. So anyway, I don't think that folks were talking about the meteor shower tonight, tomorrow. Um, it's almost the third. To like scare us. No, this is the event. But when I started doing a little bit of research on the event, because I'm thinking to myself, I've been watching meteor showers and all for a long time. How come I've missed this one? I mean, it was for me, it's been a big time. The last couple of days has been a big time Mandela effect for me. Like, this has never happened before. When did y'all come up with this stuff? No, wait, hang on a minute. This happens every year around the what? All these years I've been going outside, all these years, when, especially on the internet, but all the years of studying the sky and these and that. What? Every year on the what? Okay. Now here's my other issue with this. Now they say sort of in the same paragraph that the planet is spinning, and or the moon is spinning, and the solar system is spinning, and the galaxy is spinning, and nothing is staying still. Everything's moving. So if we're moving, which means we're never in the same spot twice, or whatever, Now, are all these asteroids moving with our solar system? Because if okay, this asteroid's got this, it goes around like this, which is sort of like what this one coming up or whatever. Anyway, it's got this, here we are, and sorry, it's roundish. And so this one is, its orbit is kind of like this. It's not around us, or it's not from pole to pole. It's kind of in a diagonal, right? And it's going to come up like this. So when we go through the path of this thing, it's only like really short, but we go through the path. Now, here's the thing: if we're never in the same spot twice, if the solar system, if everything's moving, how can we go through this comet's tail every year at the same time, right? Well, it's going to be denser. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Well, wait a minute. If we're moving, you mean so all these particles are moving at the same speed? The planet is still do ice. What? But there are still asteroids when it comes that time of year. So my question, as an astronomer, scientist, kind of whatever, observer, if we're moving, and here's the thing, the scientists are claiming, because they've just put this great big giant telescope up there. Well, that was quick. The wind just died down. Hmm. Thank you. I'm not complaining. But if the solar system is supposed to be speeding up, then shouldn't we come around a little quicker around the sun? You know, um, are we okay? Uh, if the whole solar system is expanding, the universe is expanding, what's going on with the earth right now? It's expanding, okay? Oh, all this and blah, blah. Oh, no, the earth is expanding along with everything else. Why? It's because they've been telling us that since day one. So they talk about this expanding universe, but at the same time, well, we go through these same places every year at the same time, and it's just like clockwork. Really? Well, so is this debris field? I'm not saying it isn't, because it is, but I'm saying what they tell us is obscured. How can this trail of crap not be falling apart or moving or whatever? If everything's expanding, then how come this dust trail still exists after all these years and all this stuff and everything? You mean it's still in the same place? Their science, to me, doesn't make sense, because if things are expanding and speeding up, you understand, in my 70 years of lifetime, wouldn't this have altered? Like, maybe this event would come on January 2nd because it's expanding, we're going faster. Wouldn't we hit it sooner, kind of thing? Well, they give us a 12-hour window when it's going to hit or whatever. Like, what? So I scratch my head, and I have, I was in school to be an astronomer, okay? And so I have questioned some of this stuff as an observer since I was in school in 1971. So this is not like a new issue to me. After all these years with all these satellites and all this equipment, they're still giving us the same answer they gave us in 1971, when they didn't have near the data. You see what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I wish they would tell us the truth. I wish they would, because there's a lot they ain't telling us, right? Because nobody's asking the question. So, in this year of 2022, as response and as what are we going to do this year? Um, People are just going to shake their head and they're going to go, well, that's a really good story, but now tell me the truth. What? No, come on, no, we've all seen the, eye to eye thing. We all can look at your eyes, we can look at your facial expressions, and we can tell something ain't right. You hiding something, covering something up, you telling us a lot, something ain't right. Why? Because we can see you, we can observe you. But anyway, so this year, a lot of folks are going to be going, I'm sorry, I just, nah, that snake oil salesman went through here last year, and a lot of us, right, never a straight answer. Absolutely. But it ain't just NASA. It's the science community around that stuff. Those duckheads know a lot. I've been hearing the big 5G fires up on the fifth. Yes, and there have been a lot of people that, you know what? I was going to try to steer away from that, but since you brought it up, maybe this steel helmet isn't such a bad idea. Now, I live out in the country and down in this little low spot and all this stuff, but there are still 5G towers everywhere around. But if I lived in a city, which I wouldn't unless I had to, but I might seriously reconsider. I bought this as a prop for a play that I was in, but I've always, now it doesn't really fit me that well. I'd have to do some adjustments on the inside here. I didn't realize, but I got a fat head, and a lot of other people their heads ain't quite just as big as mine is. But anyway, but so wearing one of these things around a Wi-Fi spot, you know, I guess it could. When I wore it before in the play, I had to wear it for a couple of hours, so I just wore it around the house just to get used to the damn thing, right? And I don't see how in the hell they ran with these things on their heads. I just do not. It bounces and flops and all this. God love them. I mean, them folks that were literally in the trenches, man. That they having a piece of World War II history on my head. It's almost like I can feel whoever wore it. You know what I mean? And I have been able to do that kind of thing with stuff over the years. I used to do this quote act when I was still a teenager, actually. That Now, of course, I had I had my guy that went out and did my canvassing, but it was I've talked about this before, but it was sort of like a bar trick. Oh, pick up girls. Hey, I can read your fortune. I can read your palm. Well, actually, I couldn't read their palm, but if I held their hand and asked a question or two, I would go, oh, so that's what the feeling is. So someone would give me an item, and I would hold it in my hand and go, I feel this or that or something. And I go, wow, you PC crashed, had to reboot. Well, damn it, man. And I'm the one in the weather. My last beer. Oh, that sucks. It is officially good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. It's the top of the hour. It is 12:04 a.m. Um, January the 3rd, 2022. Gosh, that just sounds so weird to say. Um, as 69 and a quarter, there's my continuing, joke on that. Um, uh, this year feels different. I mean, it just feels different. Now, I am that I am. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Popeye, right? But so uh, with the G stuff coming on here in a couple of days, there are a lot of people are going. You know what? We really don't know what's going to happen when they flip the switch. Now, consequently, you know, I just can't wear it at the moment. Hey, Mossy man, how you doing? But consequently, some of these folks, I did a video uh, 2 nights ago or whatever. Um, Lights has flicked again, but that the some of the UFO ET folks are saying, that right after the first of the year, there's going to be this big flash and everybody on the planet's going to, is going to go through this thing, and we're all gonna like what or anyway. So what if by some strange coinky dink, and Wednesday the 5th is supposed to be the light switch day, right? So what if when they flip that switch, that's the big flash that happens on the planet? Now I'm just postulating here, but like, well, that it was March, then it was February, and then it was like right after the first of the year. What? White flash, everybody's gonna the energy waves gonna hit us and all that. And oh, by the way, the last couple of days, and I checked just an hour or so earlier, Schumann's been kind of quiet. Now there are still those stripes going horizontal across the screen, and they're still really strong. So we are getting constant frequencies hitting the earth at these different levels of frequency, and they're constant. It's not fluctuating. You know, it's constant. So what's up with that? Where are they coming from, right? But so they flipped a switch on Wednesday, and maybe I should hide under the couch with the dog. Um, that then what? And there are folks scratching their head going, well, we've done tests and we've done things, and we don't really think we don't we're not we don't know, but it'll be okay, right? They're selling that to us, right? Oh, it's going to be okay. You're just going to have faster service and you're going to be able to watch movies. And can't we kind of sort of do that now? Oh, but it'll be faster. So, I mean, I grew up in the day of the modem, a dial up modem. Who remembers that? Raise your hand. And your phone line was tied up, right? So, oh, but now we got, you know, all these G's running around. There must be about, how many? Five? So now what, right? Is our brains going to explode? Are people going to, who've had that shot, are they going to do like the movie Cell with Samuel L. Jackson? And God, I can't remember that guy's name, but anyway, um, so we don't know, but we got 2 days to work it out or prepare. Now, if anybody's in the neighborhood, I have another steel helmet from World War II, but it's an American. So Tracy B, do that sound. Which one? The that one. Thank you, Pearl John Cusack. I can see his face and all, but man, I his name just blanks me out every time I try to bring it up. Hey, Tracy and Cole and everybody, it's good for y'all to be here and Happy New Year. But in perusing the channels yesterday and today, and checking in a couple of times with folks, I think generally folks are like, I don't want none of this. I don't want to bring anything forward, whether they listen to um, my video or not, or my suggestion that we don't carry anything forward. There are a lot of other people though that are like, let's not do this, right? And let's look forward to those things that have kind of sort of pissed us off last year. I mean, I can actually say that now. 2 days ago, things that pissed us off, and our response now is going to be, sorry, what? So many lines, so much stuff. But I guess we'll know on Thursday or Wednesday night, depending on where you live, as to whether or not this switch thing is going to, what its effect might be. Now, here's something that, can I tell y'all in secret? Can I tell what will you what you know are you what I'm just I kind of hope it backfires. I kind of hope when they flip that switch, it blows a fuse everywhere, and whatever it is, it just backfires. They have spent billions and trillions of dollars and stuff and this and that, all for our goodness, right? When I'm driving through the country and I see all these damn towers out just everywhere out in the country that didn't used to be there, and I go, but wait a minute, there are power lines here, and there's a cell town over there, and there's a big radio station tower, and then now there's all these. They almost look like metal giants that are standing there, right? I mean, in this odd little way. So think transformer for a moment. Think transformer for a moment. And while we take an early 20 at 12:11 a.m. on January the 3rd, 2022. God bless y'all. We're going to have a good year no matter what. I don't care what they do to me or try to do or whatever. I'm going to have a good year despite them. you know, Nah. You think you're going to give, nah, nope, ain't going to do it. Short millimeter wave is not good for organics, according to my digging. Yep, it really isn't. And the fact that they've got so many of these towers, because it's much like the DSL signal that we finally got upgraded last year. Thank you. But they had to put a substation in right up here at the top of my driveway, a little bit over down the road, just a tad, which is also really close to a benchmark. I mean, honest to God, for those of you who know anything about um, map reading or whatever, there are concrete posts set all around the United States, and it's a benchmark. So if you get lost or whatever, if you find one of these concrete posts, then you know where you are. But anyway, but they put this little substation that requires electricity because for every so many miles, they have to be able to boost the signal. So it took them like 5 years for me to, for them to make this jump out here to where I live. Now it's all underground, but it's true about the distance. Okay, that's my point. So, but now they're going to have these, they already have all these towers. So, if, what if in a Transformer Decepticon kind of way, Decepticon, now, how about that one? That these towers everywhere, that they flip them on, and these some bitches come alive and start walking around and destroying stuff. Now, how would that be? Talk about I have a strange head. Hey, Regen, how are you? Have a great year now that we're here. Despite with these crazy people, we're going to have. And, a lot of people have already, oh my God, we're going to be out of food. Oh my God, we're going to do this. Oh my God, we're going to do that. Well, Ben, I pulled the squirrel card a couple of days back, right? And it's about gathering. And I would suggest that just in case these crazy people, because there's so many of us that just simply ain't going to go along. The only way they're going to get us to do it is for them to try to force us. And I would suggest that we take the position of Martin Luther King, and that if you fight them, they're just going to want to fight you back. Now, there are going to be instances where we might just have to pick up our air rifles and have a little target practice. So, but to those policemen, sheriffs, and whoever that busted me both times, who swiped my 20 gauge Winchester shotgun and swipe at a different time my 22 Magnum, um, Winchester style, uh, and I think it was, wait, the 20 gauge was a Remington and the other one was a Winchester. The Winchester rifle was actually a Winchester. But so the cops stole two of my weapons from me at different times, one in Tampa, one up here. And so, wait a minute. So I want whoever did it to stumble and fall and break a finger. You know what I mean? Shame on you. You know, shame on the system. They threw me in jail and made me pay all this thousands of dollars and lawyers' fees and probation. And I can't get a gun because, quote, I was busted for marijuana. And because I'm a marijuana head, you know, it's almost 20, by the way. We got 4 minutes. And because I'm a marijuana head, that I shouldn't have a gun. So they stole them from me, literally. Well, wow, this is a really nice rifle. This is a really nice 12 gauge. I'm sorry, it was a 20 gauge. But to the point, there are other people that I know that got busted. Um, you did not type factory. But so anyway, it's all right for them to tell us what to do. It's all right for them to force us, but there are so many folks who are just going, I'm sorry. You know, for example, the Rick DeSantis, south of me by 70 miles in Tallahassee, is basically, doing doing one of these things, flipping off, you know, the the White House, right? And as a governor, he has that right. There are states' rights that are supposed to preclude federal rights, right? So people, the state of Florida and the state of Texas and Arkansas, and in some ways the state of Georgia, we got a black man that's running for governor or Senate race. Anyway, and he's running against the black man that got elected here in Georgia as a senator because it was like a temporary 2-year thing. So that senatorial position, and he's a Republican, and he's like, man, he said, if you don't like what happened the last time during the election, vote for me. you know, and that I was like, what? Black, white, don't care. But he's very intelligent. Black man running for one of the, I don't think it's governor. I have to. I'm right now. I'm slightly stoned and I forget. But um, tree chickens are good. But depending on where you are, I mean, for the folks who live in the cities, big cities, there are lots of folks who eat rats, and you go, what? Well, if you clean them and boil them and roast them over a little barbecue sauce, they ain't that bad. So you go, well, down here in the South, we don't necessarily have wharf rats like they do up in the big cities, but we do have possums, and possums are just big rats. Okay. And I think I'd rather eat a rat than a possum. But anyway, because they're just gross. But so if you're hungry, you'll eat a bug. So if you're going to run out of food, what I have been telling folks for a while, and maybe I should reiterate this, in that if you're used to eating 3 squares a day, 2 eggs and bacon and toast in the morning, and you eat a lunch and you come home and have a supper and then a snack before you go to bed, stop it. One meal a day, one good meal a day. Not to say that you should starve yourself, but find something that you like. I eat these little, well, wait, I just had to open a new pack, so I'll show you the pack. You have snow. I'm typing in speak only slick back Chicago. It looks backwards to me, but it's the Clover Valley Dollar General strawberry bars. They're the Fig Newton type of bars. It's $2 for a package of these. Now, as a snack, I got them in a cookie jar down here by my chair, and because my stomach will start to rumble, and I've had issues with too much stomach acid and all that over the years. So, if I eat one or two of those, and it calms it right down. And so, here's the thing. So, my meal for the day is a couple of these at several times, and then I eat lunch or supper or whatever. Right? It depends on when I'm the hungriest. And since I'm retired and home, if I'm really hungry at lunchtime, then I'll eat a big lunch and I'll just snack in the evening. But I've lost a lot of weight compared to where I used to be, because at one time I was 250 pounds, 245 to tell the truth, but damn near 250. Um, and now I'm at about 160 pounds. And at this weight, I feel good. And so there's no sense in having any more weight on you than necessary. But the big thing is that your body will adjust to the smaller amount of food, because when I ate a big Thanksgiving dinner, thank you to my neighbors and folks who brought me stuff. But I like filled up the commode because of how much I ate. And I was like, well, this ain't normal for me, because I just eat small portions. And my BM movement, now this is critical, because all that's coming out has not been digested. Okay. What? What goes in must come out. Yeah, but ain't you supposed to get shit out of it? But seriously, so if the smaller the portions, there you don't have near as much waste. So why flush it all down the commode when, if you just eat smaller portions, then what comes out of you is actually, what your body couldn't digest, right? So, but if you put in a bunch of it, your stomach's getting bloated and it's overreacting. People get taking Prilosec and Rolaids. I used to do all that. Okay. Oh, my stomach was so bad all the time. Now, I wasn't a huge overeater, but when I got to 245 and plus, I realized that, oh my God, I had been eating too much. So, but also when I got my brain smashed 5 or 6 years ago, the last time, the last good time anyway, um, that I realized that, there were times when I'd go, well, what time is it? Well, I don't know. It's noon. Well, I haven't had breakfast yet. Well, but are you hungry? Not really. So, well, then I'll just have something now. And as my retirement came in, I realized that I really didn't need to eat 3 large squares a day. So I've talked about this before, but honestly, that's something that I think everybody ought to train themselves to do in the years to come, because it saves you money because you're not eating as much. You're going to be healthier because your body has to slow down to metabolize it and to do it and all this other kind of stuff. And that you can actually give it what it needs when it needs it. Versus, well, I had a big supper and then a piece of pie and I'm going to take my vitamins. What? Wait, whoa, whoa. Hang on. So you got all this food in your stomach and you take your vitamins. Do you think your vitamins are actually getting there? It's got all this other stuff in your stomach to work on. So now you should not take your vitamins on an empty stomach, but to eat something light, take your meds. Guess what? Them vitamins are going to get right to you. Why? Because it doesn't have to deal with a bunch of other stuff in your stomach. Ding. So, but in the coming, put your helmet on. Lord have mercy. I hope Wednesday is like, I I don't want anybody to get hurt, but in a way, I hope it blows a fuse. I really do. And I'm trying really hard not to be like negative Nelly, because some of the things my brain has seen about this, it just ain't pretty. Would they flip the switch Is that going to be the zombie apocalypse? Because of the movies they've already shown us as to what the movies say, right? So are they trying to follow up on that? They made a movie about it. So, they want it to happen. Now there's this big asteroid coming at us. There's, we had movies before that was called Asteroid, and now the newest movie, which is Look Up or whatever. So it's all about what if these things, big rocks hit the earth. They've been hitting the earth for millions of years, okay? And supposedly we should have the technology. Now, I don't think ET is going to let a big asteroid hit us. I mean, I'm just saying, okay? But can't nobody talk about that. But they gotta scare us. Look up, I mean, tell folks to look up just be observant. But this time, are they trying to put more fear into us again with the asteroid thing? Not today's event, but this other thing, right? I don't know, but we've got a lot of near Earth objects. I used to freak out when, oh, it's going to be, one lunar distance, and then it's going to be this, and it's going to be that, and it's 2 LU. LU is lunar distances, right? So wait, so it's going to be 500,000 miles from the Earth when supposedly the moon is at 250 ish. So it's going to be the distance of the moon past the moon. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's kind of close, but I'm just saying. Some of these near Earth objects look like giant school buses flipping and turning out there, right? Very interesting. Sure, we should keep an eye on them. But you're trying to tell me that the rod of God and these rail guns that they've been testing and so forth. You mean you can't shoot one of them some bitches up there like a giant nail and hit that some bitch and break it into pieces and disperse it? Come on now. You're developing this rail gun for defense. Defense against what? Well, I would say point it up and defend against any big time rocks that might be coming in. Oh, I missed the 20, didn't I? I sure did. I started early and now I'm going to stay late. Happy clappy new year. Yeah. Clappy or sappy. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. Um, in some ways, it's going to be sappy, but a little sappiness now and then is okay. Um, but there are too many people that somebody asked the question to one of these ET folks. Do you think that 65% of the population of the world is woke? And they just busted out laughing, going, what? Do you think that 65% of the people on the planet are woke up yet? And it was like, no, maybe 30. And so you were being silly, but that's okay. But see, this year we should have a little silliness, have, I absolutely have some kindness and do some supercilious things for this next year because there are folks who are trying to sell us the hard line. Like for example, Dr. F, with the CDC and F him, you know what I mean? But Dr. F was asked in a very recent interview, you're 81 years old and you're doing this, and ain't it about time for you to retire? And he was like, no, absolutely not. I'm not retiring. What, me? And then there's the latest report that, this guy almost makes much money per year with benefits and salary and stuff as the president, like what? Now, there are a lot of doctors who make 250, $300,000 a year just as a doctor. But as a government employee, this guy is overpaid. If you want to make that kind of money, then get out. According to the silver in her prophecies of the end times, said that a I'm, I got to put my glasses on. That's a little bit too much. Frankenfucky. That's a good one. I like that. Um, said that a mission to alter the course of an asteroid would happen just before the Great War. Several years ago, I had considered this the Great War thing. I don't know if we have that mentality as we did with drop the bomb on Japan in World War II. I don't think we have it. Now, there's a great war going on right now for the last 10 or 15 years, easy. And it's the war of truth. It's the war of true justice. I mean, they're killing us with pharmaceuticals. They've been spraying, clouds on us. They've been doing, they're putting fluoride in the what? They're doing all these things. Haven't we been at war with these folks for quite some time? Or is the Great War, does it have to be with explosions and how about just people dying? I remember back in the day when they talked about the neutron bomb. How many of y'all remember that? The neutron bomb. Oh, they would drop it and it would explode, but it would just kill the people. It wouldn't destroy a city. So they blast the neutron bomb over you, right? And all the people die, but the buildings are still standing, cars are still there, and what? Now, I remember this at 20 or 30 or however many years, the neutron bomb. What? So here's the thing. They had it 40, 50 years ago, the neutron bomb, and anybody discussed it. So what if a boom, bright flash went off somewhere and all the people in, uh, in Toledo just dropped dead? They just ceased to be alive. No obvious bullet wounds or anything. They just die. What? So, I don't know the population of Toledo, but I would bet if it isn't a million, it's probably 750,000. It's a large city. And the outlying areas and so forth. And I'm just picking Toledo. It was just on my head, right? So Toledo. All right. So neutron bomb, Toledo. Nobody's alive. Holy crap. Who dropped it? Where'd it come from? All this stuff. Now, these are people on the earth that want to do this. We ain't even talked about the folks from upstairs that are still trying to do crazy shit to us. So, as Ronnie Reagan said all them years ago, humanity needs to get together, and it's not about the von Braun prophecy, because they've already kind of sort of done that. A mosquito in January, get out of town. But you know, Ronnie was in touch with a lot of stuff, a lot more stuff than a lot of people give him credit, and secrets of the presidency. But here's the thing: you think old Uncle Joe knows anything about that stuff? He probably doesn't remember how he got his shoes tied, but that's because he wears loafers. Um, you haven't heard about the neutron bomb way back in the day, and everybody said, "Nah, we can't have this. We can't have this." Now, but here's the thing: they agreed not to do it. It doesn't mean that they don't have them. And so some crazy person would go, hey, look, I found a neutron bomb laying over here in a warehouse. I wonder what this thing is. And boom, But anyway, don't know if it's radioactive. I can't remember what it was. It may be that you were uh, not necessarily radioactive, but some type of neutron particle that would just go. Oh man, there's one of these particles that go like right through the earth and stuff. Anyway, but so whatever it was, that they could be specific and bomb a city and kill its inhabitants without hurting the stuff. Now that sounds like science fiction, right? But they developed the technology. If they had it 40 years ago, don't you think they still got it and have refined it a little bit? So, in my neutron bomb thoughts, come on and do the neutron dance, that was kind of sort of related, if you will, to the neutron bomb stuff back in the day. But so, in this discussion, though, we don't know what these sons of bitches are doing or have been up to. We've had leaks and discussions and this, that, and the other thing, but we really don't know what they're up to. So the idea that we would have to deal with an asteroid or something, and I can't remember yeah, what Jody, I think it was what you wrote in. Anyway, it scrolled up. My point to that, I absolutely believe that we could get hit with a big rock. Absolutely, no doubt. Okay. I'm not saying it's not possible or whatever. Here's something that I think is more possible. Okay. Now we get these rogue asteroids or whatever, and all of a sudden they break loose from their orbits. Well, if everything's been, this goes back to an hour ago when I was talking about, that we go through the tail of a comet, that we're going to go through these meteors here in an hour or so, or maybe into tomorrow. So then if the asteroid belt is all moving, together like a big tire, and it's all floating around together, how does one of these things, quote, get dislodged? Well, it came from the Kuiper belt. Okay, well, that just means there's way to folk out there, right? But okay, so what dislodged this big rock from the Kuiper belt? I'm just saying. So what pushed it from the edge of our solar system in towards the sun at such a trajectory? Just what knocked it loose? Because if everything's moving around together like a herd, then nobody's bumping anybody out of line to knock it from the Kuiper belt. So my question then becomes, who's doing the knocking? Who's knocking? Who's, because these things aren't like going this way and that way and bumping each other and all that. No, they have filmed them and stuff, and things are just kind of going around. Nancy probably ties his shoe. Oh yeah. No, Ronnie had his moments there towards the end, but while he was president and governor and all that, and plus being an actor, just, and Dante has said uh, that Reagan was part of the 72 group, and so he was working for the Charistas, the good guys, right? Now there are those folks who have cursed the Charistas group. There was someone who made a comment about something, and I reread it and went, wait a minute, what? They're cursing the Charistus group? Wait a minute. So, because Dante has talked about the goddess and, Mother Earth and the goddess of the universe, and that somehow, if you believe in the goddess, regardless of what her name is, Mother Mary or whatever, that if you reference the goddess, then you are worshiping this thing and Isis and wait, well, hang on. Well, there are those folks who would portray, Cleopatra or Isis or these, in that they were somehow bad to worship. Well, you know how I feel about worship, right? Thumbs down. So you give honor to a female entity, whatever it might be, that brings love and honor and creation. Now, none of us, at least for those of us who have any sense, worship anything anymore. We give honor to the universe. We give honor to ourselves. We give honor to our elders and our grandparents and all those who've come before us. And we give honor to those that are going to be coming up to take our place. We should. But this idea of worship, so that's where everything gets knocked off. So it's like, oh, Isis and or whoever the goddess is, and Mother Mary, and you worship her. No, I don't. Never did. I've always given honor and blessings and sent prayers, but none of this worship stuff. So, but wait a minute, we can't have that. If you worship Mother Mary or Isis or whoever, then you're like, and I can't quite understand this connection that they make, that you're somehow worshiping this female entity, and it's bad. You hear me? It's bad. If any of you sons of bitches are out there and you're worshiping Isis or this, it's bad. Oh my God! If you're worshiping, whoa. Hang on, just a minute. So you have to worship the guy god, right? But a woman, now I'm a guy, but a woman who claims to be the mother of all things, or at least maybe the solar system or something, caretaker, caregiver, giving birth, creation, and you go, whoa, now if you serve ISIS, then you're serving the demon. You're serving. Wait, whoa, back up that bus. Guys don't give birth, period. And we don't have periods either, although I've known some men that I think they have periods, but this idea though that the mention of females to worship has been demonized. And think about it, many women in history have just been, y'all can't do that because it's a guy's world, right? The guys rule, the guys this, the guys that. And God spoke to Moses. He didn't spoke to Moses that, you know. Um, God talked to Abraham, not Abraham's wife, you know. God talked to this one and that one, but they're all male, mostly. Now, why is that? Because a bunch of guys wrote the fucking book, okay? I'm just saying. Hey, Project, how are you? Um, I'm trying my best not to curse much. That certain things just my mouth just goes left field, right? And I know I don't do it often, but I still, for me, I'm still doing it too much. But anyway, some bitch. Sometimes you just gotta say it, some bitch. But so I was in reading some of the comments as I was checking things off for folks. I was like, that ain't it at all. Well, Mother Mary's tied to Isis. Okay. And this person is tied to this one. Okay. So, but if you worship them, it's bad. And I just asked the question, why? I'm sorry. Why can't I have a prayer to Mother Mary? Why why if I say there's a goddess in the universe that, wait, because they're not tying the two together. And in reading one of my other uh, comments and stuff as I was going through this evening, I was like, wait a minute now. The divine is both male and female. You can't have one without the other. It's out of balance. You got to have the yin and the yang, the man and the woman, and the this and the that. No, 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 no. It otherwise we would just be clones, and there would just be it would be artificial, literally, in that everything would be hermaphroditic, right? X and Y, and there's a lot of discussion about the XY generation, where women have male parts and men have women's parts. Or do we really know? But they're both sexes. It's not something new, all right. But that it's the XY generation. Like, wait a minute, then there was the X and there was the Y gen, and then but the XY, because the XY chromosome, blah blah blah. But I'm like, wait a minute. So there are folks who would like to promote both sexes in a single human being. I know there are things that you're born that way. It's okay. We called them hermaphrodites back in the day. I don't know what folks are going to call them now, but that's not my point. And this is, I pity them folks who have both genders because, it was bad enough for me hanging around with a bunch of gay priests and folks and I didn't know what I was supposed to do because I was very naive young man. Boy, have I grown up. But the idea, though, that somehow, though, that we should like want more folks like that, like to promote more XY gens, or those folks who have sexual issues in the head, we're going to convince them that they are X and Y. Wait a minute. So you're creating a third male, female, and now it's XY. It's the both. So a man can feel like a woman, but he can't give birth. And a woman who might have male genitalia, uh, but she can still conceive and have children. Some of them, depending on the situation. So wait a minute. If there are folks that are born XY, and that means that they may not be able to conceive. Well, they have both. Or the man who wants to be a woman considers him his rear end, his female part. Okay. Wait a minute. So the population drop. So, right. I love the goddess. Absolutely. Mother Mary, try to make me not believe what's happened to me isn't because of her guidance over my lifetime. I'm sorry. Just go ahead and shoot me and get it over with because I ain't changing my mind. But do I worship her? Absolutely not. Do Would I bow down if she came in the room again? Absolutely. But doesn't mean that I'm worshiping her. I'm bowing in the most honorable and respectful way, like God love you, thank you. But somehow to, and I think because the idea of goddess has somehow been written into like the serpent and the thing, it's the bad, and she's the this, and she's the one that, called Adam over and said, hey, have a bite of this apple, right? So it's the bitch. All women are bitches because she lured Adam over to the tree. You know, it's all women's fault. Think about that. They put that right at the beginning of the dadgum story. Whose fault is it? Hers. What? Well, Adam was just a dumbass wandering around, but it was the serpent who talked to Eve, and she was the one that was like, "Ooh, yum yum, come on over here, Adam." And then God said, "A guy, by the way, And when Adam and Eve were driven out of the Garden of Eden, it was on a golf cart with two angels driven out of the garden. Never mind. It was a cartoon that a child did years ago when they were asked to show Adam and Eve, being driven out of the Garden of Paradise. And this child did a picture of Adam and Eve in this in this like golf cart with an angel, like making them leave. It was funny. A really good picture too. So and then of course there wasn't supposed to be anybody on the planet, but Adam and Eve got driven out of the Garden of Paradise, in a BMW maybe, or maybe it's just a Volkswagen. It could have been a Hugo. That would have been appropriate, right? For those of you who remember those. But driven out of the Garden of Paradise, but then all that begetting got going, right? Because it wasn't just Eve that she didn't do all that begotten, right? But there were other people, or somebody else was living on this planet when they came out of the Garden of Paradise. So some of this stuff just don't make no sense. And there were giants in those days. So they came out of the Garden of Paradise, but there are giants, other people, there are monkeys, and who knows, right? So even the native folks talk about that before the Great Cold, that the temperature on the planet was there. We didn't have to kill anything because there were so many vegetables and fruits and stuff. We literally had what we needed. And then the colds came, and the northern folk had to, as the stories go, that the antelope, gave itself to the native peoples and said, "You're hungry and you're starving, and I'm the giveaway. I'm giving away, And so that's why they always, before they went off on a hunt, they would, sometimes they would fast the day before, and they would pray that it would have a good hunt. And in so doing, and many hunters I've talked to, and I have shared this with others, before you shoot that deer, are you sure? What do you mean? Is it giving itself away? And hey, guys, how are you? And my good friend John, Big John, uh, he would he's my adopted grandson because his mother was my adopted daughter when I bought this property. So, but anyway, Big John, and if you ever listen to this, I still love you, buddy. Even though you don't call me, but I know you love me. And I love you too back. But in this idea though that somehow we have to, there are a lot of women who would just like to leave us men out of the situation. Well, unless you can clone your body, sorry, you know, whether or not you have a relationship with a man or you get married and so you like other women, okie dokie, but you ain't gonna have a baby unless you got the guy. Period. That's just end of story. And guys, we can have all the changes we want to in the world, but we ain't going to have, nor are we going to carry a child, period. So, for humanity's sake, if humanity is to go forward and live and prosper, I wonder there are a lot of folks these days. Hey, Gaza, I think I said hey. Project Skyfall, I hope I said hi. Anyway, so this war is also a war of the sexes because if they change everybody's opinion, and there are a lot of places, a lot of declining population right now. A lot of folks in my day, even with the Vietnam War, said, I don't want to bring a child into this world because look at nuclear war and look at all this stuff. And, no, we're not having children. And what's that got to do with rocks from the sky? I think some of these rocks from the sky have entered some of these folks' heads, and with brainwashing, and those of us who get stoned, ain't that a rock? But the idea that somehow, though, that humanity is going to change, it already is, because the Catholic Church is changing, all these other things are changing. This idea of worship, it's changing. If ET really does show up and starts like really talking about folks coming from not just Native Americans, but yeah, the Dogon, we told you we came from the Dog Star, and our family just showed up. Nice shiny spaceship. Hi, how y'all doing? Oh, I did. Okay, and hi to you. Okay, I caught up. But so anyway, this year is the year, as somebody said earlier, the year of the response. I think it was Dominic. And the year of the response is simple. How are we going to respond to another year of stupidity? Well, now you got to, there are, uh, I can't remember. I've been through so many news things. I can't remember where, but, they're making the outdoor mask mandate again in Paris, over here, over there, outside. So if me and Duggar go out, I got to put a mask on him to go outside? Nah. But to the point of, there are people who are going along with it because they see other people getting arrested and other stuff, but they're going home at the end of the day and they're taking it off. And when they get to the house, and they're going, this, I'm tired of this. And they talk to their neighbor, and not on the phone. And they say, aren't you? Yeah, me too. And the kids, God love them. And a year or so ago, I was talking about one of my friends who happened to be in, elementary, mid school, thing. And she was telling me, she said, this whole mask thing and everything and separation, she said, all it's done is make us sneakier. What? So now, instead of just being 10, 11, 12-year-old kids or whatever, now they're sneaky 10, 11, and 12 years old. Like, you need to give a child of any age a reason to be sneaky. Okay. And there are 10-year-old kids who are watching anime porn, and they know more about sex than I did at the age of 20. Okay. I'm just saying, I was a very naive child. And it was late in life, later, that I was a virgin for years. So, it's 12:59 a.m. on the East Coast Standard Time, if there is such a thing. I welcome you all for another hour. It seems, since um, it seems that I'm sitting here getting stoned with y'all, but oh, I tried, but my confusion was with my religion, and I really didn't want. I'm still not into like wham bam, thank you, ma'am. It has never been in my vocabulary. I want to sit down and have a meal. I want to talk. I want to know the person. I just don't want to go out and just, hey, here's $50. Let's do it. I tried that once and said, I'll never again. And I wanted to pull out of the situation. Ha ha ha. Roll your eyes. Go ahead. But and that was sort of after I was married once, and like I hadn't had anything for a long time, and I was like, the opportunity arose itself, and I was so like had wished I had not done that. But okie doke. But there are other people who are like, man, I'm gonna buy me a prostitute. And I'm gonna go out and we're gonna, and it's like, I just, not me. Sorry, not me. Once in a lifetime, that was enough. But so me as a young teenager, and even in my 20s and at some points even the early 30s, I really didn't have a clue because we didn't have porn on the internet. You could buy VHS tapes and stuff back then, but the smut was very, but then all of a sudden, porn and this and that. Now they, 9 and 10-year-old kids and probably younger are watching anime porn because mom says, "What are you doing?" "Oh, we're just watching anime." Like, what? "Oh, we're just watching anime." Okay, well, some of that anime should be for, uh, whatever mature audiences. It should be for mature audiences only, honestly. The curse words of the this, the subject matter, and the upskirt shots, and it's like, what? And it's done on purpose. And some of the characters are even talking about, oh, I just want to see your panties. And I was like, what? So just in the regular anime cartoons, uh, that this is going on. And then there's the anime that is strictly porn anime. So you got the XY Gen, you got the, don't want, if you honor the goddess, then you must be a Satanist or something. I really don't know what the deal is with the word goddess. If we didn't have the woman, there would be no man, period. I mean, so anyway, we coming up on another 20, but we just do 20s in between. So, but here's the thing though, it took me until I was like 20 to know some of these things that the kids now watch on a regular basis on their cell phones, that like, what's the cartoon? Oh, look, they're doing this and they're blah 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 and upskirting, and they're 9, 10, 11 years old. I you know I I'm not talking about being prudish, okay? Honestly, have the talk about sex and the boys and the girls and whatever at the earliest age that seems appropriate, and only go as far as you need to go, because boys look at girls and girls look at boys and you're different. So you have to describe it versus birds and bees crap, right? But for these folks to be like watching anime porn on the way to school, or coming home on the bus, what? I just got to say, so the mentality of human beings right now is so much different than when I was growing up. I'm not being prudish, okay? I'm saying, when we were little kids, we saw the difference of, well, those are little boys and yours are little girls. They didn't say anything, well, the birds and the bees, we all looked at each other and went, what? So kids were playing doctor at 10, 11, and 12 years old in my neighborhood, okay? Because children are want to know what's going on. And little boys, their things get hard, and little girls, they are having these internal feelings. And but so we didn't have any, Playboy was like barely invented. So this idea of this, just knowing each other's anatomies, okay, nothing about the sexual positions or none of that, but so now it's just like, you know, 12-year-olds going, oh yeah, I know all about that. What? Because so much of this, the subject matter, regardless of parental controls, it's out there. It just is. It's in the cartoons. I mean, I quit watching Family Guy and some of these other shows and The Simpsons because, the little dog always referencing and Stewie and the gay thing. I mean, I just the home. I'm sorry, I'm not homophobic, but I do not want to see it in a cartoon. Thank you very much. And all these references. So I haven't watched The Simpsons, which I used to adore, and Family Guy and some of these others because of the references and the double entendres, which ain't even an entendre anymore. They just come out and say it, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I don't appreciate it. I mean, I just don't, and I'm not trying to be prudish. I'm sorry. I cuss and swear and talk about things, but if I'm going to watch a show, the way they present it, I'm just like, it makes me uncomfortable. So, but there are so many folks these days, and a certain person that we sort of had a discussion around this. He was talking about, oh, him and his kids sit down, they watch Family Guy all the time, and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, but we had just had this conversation about the Bible and things and stuff and Christianity. And I was like, now, I I am of no religion, okay? I am just the shaman in training. I am of the red road. I am of nature and natural things and a child of the universe. Actually, I'm not a child anymore, but um, I'm a member of the League of Like-Minded Beings. So, but this idea though that in these cartoons, so they're young girls, you know, under the age of 6, watching Family Guy and these conversations between Stewie and all and this and that, and they're all laughing and having a good time, and how much and then we all go to church and had family time, and we read from the Bible, and then you watched Family Guy, well, because it's on TV. Well, right, but there are these Christian values and morals and mores that you want to teach your young children, especially your daughters. And now but I've watched Family Guy, and I'm like, I can't watch it. Right? It's not funny. And the people wonder why, that they wonder why it is the way it is. Yeah. I understand, but so for those folks who are talking morals and values and stuff, well, it's just a cartoon. Yeah, but Tom and Jerry was cartoons for us, and Hop Along Cassidy on Saturday mornings, and but I'm sorry, anime porn and upskirt and panties and what in a cartoon? Never. Now I say never. And some of them old cartoons, they had the dog pulling down the panties of somebody, but a lot of times it was blurred or it was just the butt cheeks, right? No, this is like full blown on these cartoons are nakedness, and obviously promoting other things. But in some of them old sketches with the dogs and the things and the old cartoons and even the Mickey Mouse stuff, right? The old Steamboat Willie and stuff like that. And there were folks who, supposedly Walt Disney was just that weird and wicked and all that good stuff. I don't know. I'm just going to leave it there. But then who would come up with Willie anyway? The way that folks talk about him. So Different choice of words. We're coming up on a 20. I think so. It's 1:10 in the morning time. It's almost 1:11. And where is Michelle? Somebody wake her butt up. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, don't do that. Um, but, there are folks who would absolutely wonder, how did it get this way, right? We simply allowed it. The first couple wisecracks. I mean, uh, Achibanka back in the day. And, but it was done using, I knew folks like um, Archie Bunker when I was growing up. Not to say it was my uncle, but somebody's uncle was, he was just like Archie. And back in the day, the early days, I remember some of my family members talking in a way that, add them Polacks, add them wops down on the other end, or add that, but it wasn't, it wasn't done. It wasn't like calling him a nigger. Okay. I'm sorry. That just slipped out. Um, but it wasn't. Add them Polacks, and add them wops, them Italians, add them wops, them and them pizzas, you know, what kind of sound spaghetti makes when it hits the wall, right? What? Wop. And that was the joke. And everybody laughed. How many Polacks does it take to screw in a light bulb? Two, actually three, one to hold the ladder and one to twirl it anyway. That or four, how many Polacks? Um, so with this idea though that now, any reference to any of those things is a no-no. And now they got stuff that, you know, that's fat, you know, man, that's bad, you know. Really? If it's bad, then I don't want it. No, bad is good. Well, wait a minute. Do you mean bad, good, good, bad? Wait, whoa, whoa. And you know what I'm talking about. So it's this way language has taken a twist to the honest to God weird side. There are a couple of shows that have, like go back in the roaring 20s, even go back into the 1880s or the 1850s, go back to the medieval times when thou dost speaketh like this, with a lisp, you know um and that was the way they spoke for a long time. And if you didn't speak that way, I mean, even common folks still spoke in a way, but they chopped words up a little bit and were admonished for it because, that was the gutter talk, right? It's 14. Now, I'm all for being inventive and everything. I don't want to sound like a prude, honestly. But I think language, in certain ways, especially things that have become commonplace in everyday language these days, and a lot of other linguists and purists, have been worried about for a long time. And these last 20 years, I would agree, because language at least had a base. But now, be after two or three generations, my kids and their kids, my grandkids, are pushing 30 now, right? I mean, come on now, or they are 30. I haven't asked. Oh my God. So, but they grew up with cell phones. They grew up with these other things. They grew up in the digital age, right at the edge of it. But as they got older, the digital age is what it is now. My oldest granddaughter, it was in the Navy and was a tech engineer and is getting her degree in tech out of the Navy now, but down in Pensacola. So she's still going to be an electronics technician, and don't know where that's going with it, but it's all of the above. You can't be an electronics technician without a computer, and you got to know the computer and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, God love her, I do. Hope to see her soon. We'll see. Um, I'm sore. I need to move around more. I got to go cut firewood tomorrow, so I was going to do it today, but windy and rainy and all, and I was just like, I'm going to watch Tampa Bay. And who'd they play? Anyway, and they barely won. I thought they was going to get their ass whooped again, but they made it. I'm early again. It's 18 after 16. Want to drive a dent went nuts, put him in a round room and tell him there's a penny in the corner. Yeah, that was the joke back in the day. It was, you know, how do you make a Pollock go crazy? Put him in a round corner, in a round room, and tell him to go pee in the corner. Okay, that was the joke. Oh, ha ha ha! Even the Pollocks laugh. And as a joke to the family and in the family, and we didn't know this literally until we were grown, and we sat down. I think it was when Bessie died, and we looked around, and they were like, "You told us that we were Polish," and they all looked at us and said, "That was a joke when you were 12." And I said, but I spoke up, and my sister and brother both did, and they went, "No, you've been telling us that we were." Weird wind noises and crinkles, and the cats are probably outside too. But anyway, you told us we were Polacks. I mean, for literally 20, 30 years, actually 35 years, I think, about that time, I've been telling people I was Polish. Well, it's all right. Tell a Polak joke. Well, I'm Polish. It's okay. I can tell it. And then they said, no, 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 no. That was a joke. And I said, yeah, but we all agreed. Yeah, but you carried that joke on when we into our 20s, and well, we're Polacks. Ha, 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 ha. And you mean we're not? And they looked at us like, what? Are you that dense? No, you at a small age, you had put in our brains that we were Polish for whatever reason. Where are the nulls? Well, it's not like null. The word null is like the Smiths or the Jones or whatever, right? So it was like, so where do we come from? And Grossmutter, they were from Germany, knew where they came from, right? But what about the nulls? I don't, we're Polacks. Okay, so we all believed that we were Polacks. And then it was like, nope, we don't know where we come from. That was just a joke. For 40 years? I mean, talk about feeling like a dumbass. You hear me? So, God love them. It was a joke, but that's the way they did us back then. So there were times when they were just playing a joke on us, but for us, we honestly God believed them because they were our parents, right? Sort of, at least adopted. But no, I mean, it's like, well, what happened? I'm sorry I was a minute early. It's 1:20 in the morning time, Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast. You're riding around with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends, and Project Skyfalls and Isby and Jody and some other folks that are off in the chat room somewhere. Smoke if you got them. For every time that I smoke, well, on the 20s, I like to send a prayer of peace to the universe. So this is my peace pipe. And when I take a hit, my prayer goes up with the smoke and rolls around in the house a little bit before it goes outside. Hey, David, how are you? Again, it's 12:16. It's officially 1:20 here, a.m. on the eastern seaboard, down here in southwest Georgia, where uh, we've had worser weather, but it was pretty interesting for a couple of hours down here with thunderstorms and very high wind, and heavy duty rain. When I went out and checked the rain gauge before it rained the last time, there was an inch and a half of rain in there. That's happened just within 6 hours this evening. So, but anyway, oh, Gaza is still is still in the room. Hey, Gaza again. So, should we look to the skies? You know, I rewatched that movie Cell with John Cusack. Thank you, Pearl, and Samuel L. Jackson and whoever else was in it. So on the 5th, it's going to be interesting. Now, here's going to be another interesting thing. What, because of my location and because I've not had the jab, and not and because of whatever else that is me, they flip the switch and I just get a headache, or I'm, you know, like, ooh, damn, what was that? While other people might just literally short out and freak out, you know. Um, we don't know until Wednesday or Thursday, right? But I would absolutely kind of suggest that it may be, uh, you know, that you make a real tinfoil hat for that day. Be creative. It doesn't cost that much for a roll of, of heavy duty aluminum foil. In fact, I got enough aluminum foil where these folks, God bless them, my neighbor Sheila and Ricky, God bless them. They stopped in. Well, he pulled up the other day, yesterday, yeah, yesterday. Well, it was the first, and brought a whole pile of food. There were greens and black eyed peas, and there was honey ham, and there was some of this and some cornbread. Lord have mercy. Oh, collard greens, that's what it was. But anyway, um, because down here in the South, the black eyed peas brings you good luck, supposedly, and the greens is the money. So you got to have collard greens, and three times just now. It's 123. I'm not sitting here being scared, but having worked around radio stations with AM transmitters and lots of voltage and stuff, and knowing what I know about electronics and how, you don't want to you don't want to put the cat in the microwave because of what it'll do, right? So, I mean, there are things that we know, and there are things that a lot of people just don't care about. And like, I got my cell phone on, it's sitting over here on the desk, but it's 5 feet away from me. It's not on me, around me. Okay. Sure, I got it, but it's sitting over there. Same thing with the walkie talkies that I have. And I've talked about this before, but there are pages of how not to put this in your pocket, how you should not wear it, don't do this with it, and don't do that, and don't have it on all the time. And, because of radio waves, and how it will affect the body and the brain if you put it on, or wear a headset or something, but don't keep close to your head, and all this stuff, right? So, and supposedly, in reading this stuff about this new cell phone, that it fits the guidelines for radio frequencies. And I was like, wait a minute. So my CB radio that or my little walkie-talkies that are CB channels in them, if you hold it too close to your head or whatever, it can give you brain damage. Okay. So there are folks that walk around with Bluetooth all the time. There are folks with Bluetooth um, earbuds, and these folks have not a clue that they're frying their brains from the radio signals. No, they're not, Dave. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are, because it's a radio signals. All radio signals, no matter what the frequency is, and you wear it next to your brain, and you tell me it's not going to affect you in any way. Really? Okay. All right. When, you know, other radios and other things and other frequencies, warning, do not do long term use. And now, not mine. It isn't 5G, but supposedly I can go into the computer and talk to my modem if I know what the how to enter into it. There are a lot of parameters that you can change inside your modem if you know the right alt control delete thing to get into the modem. But absolutely, absolutely. But not these. I because I talked to the guy when he installed it. I said, is this 5G stuff? No, no, no. But this is really good for. And I was like, it's 10 feet behind me, so But I get really good signal up on the hill with my Wi-Fi signal. But here's the thing. I don't know. I'm going to have to take, you know, do some like honest measuring because I guess from where I'm sitting to up the hill. But man, Isby, you've been here, so you know what my place looks like. So where the driveway breaks out into the field, okay, I've got a really decent Wi-Fi signal right there on the driveway, away from the house, right, with my cell phone. Hey, Chloe, uh, Alice is barking in her. Oh, so cute, eh? But as I went up the hill with my cell phone and watching my Wi-Fi signal and testing it and watching it go in and out, I got to that same spot and I'm picking up Wi-Fi. I picked up five other Wi-Fis than my house. But now I couldn't reach. So it's across the street. It's the trailer over there. It's my next door neighbor. It's the folks down the street. I picked up five other Wi-Fis, or at least four. I thought it was five, but anyway, because I was like, where are there five houses with Wi-Fi? That's other than mine. So I was like, son of a bitch. Now as I went up the hill just a little bit, their signals all got stronger, and of course mine went to crap, which I expected. But as I was nowhere near halfway up the driveway, it was amazing how strong their signals and how far away those houses are from where I'm standing, is my point. It's the distance, right? So because they're up on the hill and I'm walking up the driveway, I get, to the maybe a quarter of the way up the driveway. There's a house way up here on the hill. There's one over here. Then there's a trailer here, and there's a house. There's one over here. So, but they're farther away than my house is, and I've lost a signal from my house. So there's all these neighbors around me that boom, they all got a really good, they all got the same upgrade that I did. So they're sending out, I was thinking, well, if mine ever goes down for whatever reason, I can just walk up here on the hill and, and sign into one of theirs if they're not encrypted, right? But in order for them to receive my signal, they're going to have to come down the hill. That's the interesting. So they can't, nobody can steal my stuff unless they come down the hill. Because I walked around different places on the property, and so I'd walk up, not even at the top of my driveway, and Isby's been here. I'm off and grayed out. Well, you got different service, so but um, my modem is a year and a half old now, and it was not set up for 5G at the time because they had to run all this wire. Uh, and there is a wire from my house across the yard and all the way up the driveway. So I am absolutely wired in here at the house. And when they put the wire in, the guy was like, "Well, we're just going to put in like a 4-wire cable." And I was like, "Well, now, if look," I said, "at some point, I would like to have a phone out in the shop." And, my brother, he's got one. And so if this were the base point for that, then my brother could have. So, no, give me at least 6 wires coming into the house. And they looked at each other and said, "Yeah, we got some. Actually, it might be 8." And I was like, so when they had to replace the wires. So there's like 2 sets of cables under the ground leading up the driveway. And if it ever happens again, they're kind of sort of like legally got to come down here and replace that wire. It's interesting how it jiggles the wire into the ground. But anyway, but the phone line, so in order to get my DSL speed, they splice 2 single wires together to get the extra bandwidth. And had I not had them put in those more wires, because when the guy opened it up, it was like, "Ooh, good! We can splice these together easy. You should get a good signal." And several to choose from instead of uh, um, hang on, let me get rid of the bot. I don't know who they are, but I'm reporting them as porn and reporting them. So bye bye. Yeah, which is interesting that we start a new year. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not afraid of it, but I am cautiously apprehensive. You know what I'm saying? Because I've known all these other things about other radio waves and all this stuff for a long time. And when the cell phones first came out, they told people not to wear them in their pocket, and women should not put them in their bras and that kind of stuff. You still shouldn't. They're supposedly shielding, but listen, if you can pick up a Wi-Fi signal from 150 feet away from my house, then that's one hell of, and you can transmit. That's the issue. It's not picking it up, it's the transmitting of that signal back on your Wi-Fi. That's what will kill you. It's the transmitter, it's not the reception. Just a regular AM, FM radio, not a problem. But it's when you try to send something that you have the transmitter, that's what changes. Your phone is a transmitter also, not just a listening device. So AM, FM radios, not a problem. Not a problem. Um, as far as there being any kind of, interference that way. But if the radio will pick up all these stations, then that means that all these waves are right around us all the time. So in my head, I can listen to Gulf 104 in Tallahassee, or I can listen to WMTM in which is one of my old stations I work for, in Moultrie. You know, I can just tune them in if I can hear the frequency. And I used to back in the day. I could turn on the radio, having worked at the radio station for a while, and I would hear a song in my head, and I would turn on the radio, and I'd be singing along with it, being a disc jockey, and I'd be singing and headphones on and getting ready for the commercial break and top of the hour, and you got the news and the weather report and everything, and you're sitting there bebopping with got your mic ready and everything, and you're watching the clock, and I'm singing along. So anyway, I turn on the radio, and it'd be like half a beat off of exactly where the song was. And that happens so many times. I just like, if I heard a song in my head, I go, oh, somebody's playing such and such, you know. And yep, I was right too many times. Now, it didn't happen all the time, but when I worked at the radio stations, it happened a lot when I was working at the radio stations. So, and it was like because I worked around the transmitter and everything, my brain could hear that frequency. It got used to it or something. I don't know, but I could hear, I could hear commercials. I could hear Paul Harvey. Good day, you know, like what? Because that was one of the things that we did at like I think it was at 1 o'clock, right after the top of the hour or something. It was a Paul Harvey segment. Anyway, also did the farm report, hogs and you know heifers and pigs and whatever. Used to read the because it's a farming community. So AM radio back in the day was all you could get on your tractor. So we used to read the farm report at right after the top of the hour. You do the ABC or NBC or whoever news affiliate you're doing, and then you come out of that and do your weather spot. Then you come out of that with a commercial. Then you come out of that and you do the farm report. But anyway, and the farm report is sponsored by Rexall Drugs in Moultrie, Georgia, where you can pick up your prescriptions at any time. Phone number is 985 1212 99. What? No, that's the price of, never mind. But anyway, so um and I've been having a lot of trouble with this ear being actually both my ears being stopped up. It feels like I got water in my ear, and if I have try to blow my nose, it like my ears blow up, and I can't get them to pop. But anyway, this has been really rough the last couple of days. So, but anyway, we've got this low pressure system moving in and all that. But anyway, I saw a gull get fried one time when I flew in front of a radar dish. Well, at least I know whoever said it. No, it's not due to me. My bot buddy is sleeping right with Black Mirror. So, but anyway, here's the thing. If I need to go to the store tomorrow and um, pick up, it's been 2 weeks since I've been to the store, so Duggar's getting low on canned food, and I'm out of milk, and my bread went moldy, and so a couple of things that I need, but I've basically still got stuff that if I couldn't get to the store, I wouldn't have my wheat bread, but I've lived the last few days without it, so I can learn to deal. But whatever happens in the future, whatever happens in this coming year, there are going to be some surprises. So I would ask you folks kindly for yourselves to get used to the fact that things are going to be changing. Now, like for example, we ran out of toilet paper and paper towels, but now we haven't, right? Doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen again. It just means, but that was a crazy, crappy time, right? But the idea that, well, but we made it, you see, that's the important thing. It was really strange. There are certain things that, weren't around, and that's going to happen again, okay? Simply because things got so messed up, the supply chain needs to reestablish itself. And let me bring this up to y'all. There are folks who are demanding to get tested to see if they have the vid. Now, so because here's something I was thinking about. They're giving all these ball players and whoever the test, right? So what if somebody like wanted to take out a quarterback? So they take the swab, they do the thing, and what if that particular one or a group of them actually had a live bacteria already on it, you know? So when they pull it out of your nose and do the test, bam, you got the vid. Now, some of those folks actually do get um, sick, but a few of these folks that tested positive were just kind of had a fever for a day. And now, but they were felt fine before the test. Now they get tested. Is it on the swab before they get tested? Well, they're testing race car drivers. They're testing, tennis players. They're testing soccer players. They're testing, politicians. They're testing kids. And I'm just saying. So who checks where these swabs come from? And if they want the numbers to be skewed, the simplest and easiest thing to do would be to sabotage the swabs. You'd never know. And if the people who really want to do this, you understand, that's exactly what they would do is sabotage the swabs. So whether and the person may not have been carrying anything until they got that thing stuck up their nose. Now they test positive, and now they've just had a live bacteria virus tucked into shoved right up next to their brain. Yeah, I can't order from anybody. I can't even get the damn the mailman's the only one that'll come down my driveway. UPS and folks leave my stuff up at the top of the driveway at the neighbors because they don't want to drive down my driveway down here. I'm so weird and creepy. Ain't that right, Isby? My house is so weird and creepy down the driveway. But anyway, watch for falling rocks here this next 24-hour period. Regardless of where we are, it's it's supposed to be coming out of near Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, which from here is almost due north. So you need a really good northern um, point of view. Now, part of me says, well, if I'm going to go out there and look, what if I see one of these sons of bitches and it just keeps coming and coming? Do I run? Do I duck? Would my helmet even do me any good? It probably just go straight through my noggin. Well, I'd be dead, wouldn't I? There would be no question about that. Either that or I'd really be stoned because I'd have a rock in my head. But okay. That would be rocket science. Never mind. It. Rocket Man. Da 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 da. So yesterday, at about this time in the morning, no, actually it was about 4 in the morning. I got up and was just restless for whatever reason. We went outside and did a little bit of something here and there, and I was just like, I almost got on, and but I was just like, I got nothing. I don't. Tonight does isn't really a topic per se. It's just sort of a observations of stuff, you know. Uh, and my curiosity is like, what happens next? I don't know. But if folks start getting headaches or whatever, but I do know this, going back to using my Wi-Fi, all my neighbors are going to get fried before I do. What do you mean, Hawkeye? Because I'm down the hill. That's what I mean. Because I couldn't get a decent signal. I mean, I got a really great service down here on the bottom of the hill and across and everything. I can walk over to the fence, still got a signal. But when I start going up that hill, the signal gets weird. Of course, I got a tin roof, and if I move the modem over here to the window for towards the windows more, I could probably get a better reception outside. But I just want, up the driveway is fine with me at the moment, right? Until it switches to my cell phone service. But going up the hill, when I found out I bet I could pick up all my neighbors, and they're actually further away than my house is. I was like, no, what? So this 5G is, I'm going to be, because huh, lots of bumps and a lot of wind and stuff coming out of the trees. But anyway, big oak trees over my house, and it's shaking stuff loose. But anyway, um, mistletoe's been falling. They're little pieces of mistletoe that grow in the oak tree that have fallen out on the yard again. But anyway, but down here at the bottom of the hill, so my reception for other things and certain television stations and whatever, I just can't get because I'm in this little valley, seriously, with the Little Ocklawahnee River, and because I'm right at the bottom of the hill, before you get into the swamp right behind the house. Um, all my neighbors are all sitting up on the hill up there. So they got like line of sight, they're way up, there's nothing blocking it other than trees. But I mean, there's no land masses in their way, right? So, but as I went up the hill, I could pick up all the neighbors. So that means that all the transmission lines from all the 5G and everything else. Um, oh, another one? Oh, let me get them. I'm sorry. Thank you. See, now that I know how to do this, whoops, wait, that's not what I want to do. I want to report it. Thank you very much. It's 29 there. Nobody at the moment. I'm the mod at the moment. I only have three, and for whatever reason, that was just I just haven't added anybody else. Um, haven't needed it, I guess, until here just recently. I didn't have a moderator for years, right? And then one night, something came up, and my little brain woke up, and I made Teresa and Michelle and Elderberry my mods. And quite frankly, I just haven't thought about it. Now I know there are a lot of channels where damn near everybody's a mod, and I've just always thought that was foolish. I'm sorry. I mean, no disrespect to anyone, but everybody's a mod. And I'm like, wait, no, this is, not that I don't trust y'all, not my point. But there are certain people like, here's the first shift manager, here's the second shift manager, and here's the third shift manager. And no disrespect to anybody else, who deleted their message. I deleted the message, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't make somebody else a mod. I just honestly, I just has not been an issue, and we have dealt with it. Even when we've had some, strange folks in the chat room, y'all have, basically shoved them out, you know. So we've dealt with things on our own. And here recently, I just noticed these little dots on the side, right? And so I was like, oh, you mean I can report them? Oh, and I can, oh, well, there, bye bye, okay, not a problem. And what I was thinking about is like, Chloe, you and Project Skyfalls are here like early in the morning kind of thing. And I was like, so I was thinking about just do a rotational, like, okay, Chloe, you can be a mod for a while, and okay, now it's projects time, and then okay, it's somebody else's turn, you know, rather than making everybody a mod, anyway, my brain works differently. But at the same time, I did not want to do any kind of, favoritism kind of thing. I just had spoke with uh, Barry on the phone. I spoke with Teresa on the phone, and I knew Michelle through email messages, and it felt more personal. And so I meant that was my reason, right? It seemed logical at the moment. But anyway, so I don't know. Wednesday's going to be interesting to see what happens. Um, here's here's an interesting um, point. Now they have been talking about the grid going down for a long time now, right? What if they flip this switch and it takes the grid down? Uh, you know, they're talking about power outages and rolling out outages. So how can they? Oh, then that was somebody else. Okay, I didn't look at their name. I just said first I deleted the message and then I went, whoops, wrong thing. And then I reported it and then it took it away. I don't know who the person was though. But anyway, but so what if, if they're going to have rolling blackouts, well, that means that their grid's going to go down. You know what I mean? So if they really want the grid to stay up, why would they announce to us rolling blackouts? Well, what if the reason for the rolling blackouts was to support the network? But see, like I think of a tower out here that on the way going to the river. It's way out in the middle of nowhere, near a little community called Veda, Vada, Veda. They used to have a big business there that built trailers and farm equipment and stuff, and they don't do any of that right now. But it was big business for this really small community. I mean, it's literally a crossroads, okay? Two county roads out in the middle of nowhere. And less than a mile from this intersection, and there's a new dollar store there too, by the way. Really nice one. But just about a mile down the road on the right, when you're going west, is a one of those brand new towers sitting there. And when I went to the river, I was like, whoa, what's that doing there? And when did they put it up, kind of thing. Now, I was going every couple of months to the river, just riding over. Sometimes we'd camp out. And one day I'm riding by and I go, when they put that some bitch up? You know, well, it's hooked in because there ain't no other power source unless they power themselves, which is very possible, but they're hooked to the rest of the power grid, right? So if there's rolling blackouts, then the grid's going to go down, right? So all these cell phone towers ain't going to work because they're connected to the power, right? So outside of Meg's, there's a couple of big towers, the older types of towers. And I went through this years ago when I had my first cell phone, and they had me on a tower in Moultrie when it was much further than the tower near Meg's. And I could get a perfect reception sitting inside the house. Where if they had the main tower to the one towards Moultrie, because there's a hill in the way, I had to go stand on the road to even and hold my phone up over my head to even try to get a reception. Switch towers, my issue went away. So I've learned about some of these things over the years. So I know about straight line frequency. FMs, for example, is horrible in the mountains. Why? Because it's a straight line frequency. So, but AM, because it uses the ground and its properties, AM stations you can listen to in the mountains, okay, because it's not a straight line frequency. So, AM radio is still very valuable, okay, although most people don't even consider it or whatever. But if the crap really hits the fan, AM radio is going to be where it's at to find out what's going on because a small station could broadcast a long way, especially at nighttime with just 1,000 watts or 10,000 watts. Nothing like 100,000 watts or more, like the bigger stations. But the one station that I worked for in Tifton had 100,000 watts, and you could listen to it almost to the Georgia Florida border, all the way down to Valdosta, which is really close to the line, and you could listen to it all the way up to Fort Valley and Warner Robins up there, which is just south of Macon. So what a hell and big circle, right? So all them people with running radio station, but it was FM. Now a similar radio station that's AM at night, you could possibly pick it up in Mexico, 1,000 watt radio station, because it hits the atmosphere and skips. So when I was growing up in Tampa, I had a little crystal radio that I would hook up literally to a metal tent peg and listen to WLS out of Chicago late at night. Little earpiece, could barely hear it, could tune it in though, but after 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, WLS came in and I was listening to Chicago radio in Tampa. Okay, because the signal was bouncing off the atmosphere and I could pick it up. And this is still, you can still do this, with AM radios and pick it up late night. There, I'd be coming home from work and I'd flip on the AM side and I'd listen to, the truckers station out of Shreveport, Louisiana. And I'm in Georgia, and hear it loud and clear with no static or whatever, AM stations. So, but anyway, radio frequencies and how they react with the earth and with us and all that kind of stuff. So, what this 5G business is going to do, we'll see. Now, as far as the output of the signal, because any radio station whose transmitter is on, yeah, and ham radio too, right, exactly. And it's at lower frequencies, by the way. So, my conundrum is this: do they um, do they want the towers working all the time for whatever quote nefarious reason that might be, right? So, but if there are rolling blackouts with electricity, wouldn't that screw with their plan? Is kind of sort of where I was at with this. I don't think the towers would require so much electricity or whatever, simply because the towers have to be so close together. So that, like an AM radio station that's got this huge transmitter and all this stuff, to put out 10,000 watts of power. It is not the same, because that 10,000 watts will, cover, a 50-mile radius easily, right? Okay, or a 100-mile radius possibly. So, and depending on weather conditions too. So, what are these towers going to do? They're a lot closer together. So that means that their signal isn't as strong, however it's carried, and it has to talk between the towers. Now, so you got one tower here. So you've got one in every other direction. Now, which one does it talk to? Or is it simply that they bounce the signal between the towers? So if there's a tower just down the road up here, thank goodness up on the hill, so it's over my head. But so, that tower is the closest. So when I use my cell phone, if I'm calling Moultrie, for example, does it daisy chain from that tower to the next one, to the next one, to the next one until it gets to Moultrie? Is my point. Okay. Yeah, this network coverage everywhere. All right. But does that mean that my signal to watch a YouTube video, if I'm out on the road, is that signal going just to that tower? Or is it bouncing? Where does it pick the next tower to pull the information from? It's out on the network. Yeah, okay. And YouTube is through the thingy. Okay, it's on my cell phone. But how, so where's the signal coming from? Or is it just there? You see, huh? Right. That's my point. So, YouTube's got its own signal when you send out there, but it's on the internet, right? So the internet, but which tower is the prominent tower? Or you feeding it from this one and this one, and this one's pulling it from over here. You understand? So if I'm listening to a radio station, I know where the tower is. If I'm talking on my CB radio, I'm talking to the nearest person that has a CB radio on that channel that's listening. So, and there are some rigs that you can, talk on a CB radio 50, 70 miles, or sometimes even further. They crank down on some of that, but late at night and depending on conditions, when I used to be a trucker and ran 75 north and south from, Atlanta to Tampa kind of thing. It was more Macon, but, I'd be in Macon and could pick up truckers coming across the line from Florida, you know, early in the morning kind of thing. So, it's interesting about radio frequencies, but so what is this network really going to do? There was Naughty Beaver, but there was somebody else I thought that had said it too, Ed. Hi, Ed. How are you? Ding dong, the Pope is dead. Which old Pope? The wicked Pope. Ding dong, the wicked Pope is dead. He's gone where the goblins go below, below, below. Yo ho, let's open up and sing and ring the bells out. Ding dong, the Pope is dead. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had a discussion about him 2 hours ago, Ed. But yeah. Oh, and there are a lot more Catholics who have been secretly going to the Greek Orthodox Eastern Ukrainian churches in the United States because they still practice the old Latin Mass. And I've said this, and so has Dante, by the way, for those of you who keep up with that at all. I said this years ago, and then one of the videos a year or so ago, Dante made a comment. He goes, "Yeah," and he said, "For those of you, he said, the Orthodox Church, if there's a one true religion, is it? It ain't the Catholic Church." And I was like, oh my God, he confirmed everything that I'd learned on my own. I was like, in that one sentence, I was like, thank you, Jesus. you know, because um, the reason the Romans and the folks in Constantinople back in the day, um, the Romans wanted to do it their way. And the way the original Byzantine church was established had nothing to do with Rome, you know. But Rome, being Rome, had to be Rome, and so and Istanbul and Constantinople, Istanbul and Constantinople, and all one knows about the Turks. Anyway, but the towers that my only thing about that is that then they've made some really interesting changes in and I don't doubt this because some of the transmitters that I was used to working in were old transmitters. Okay. I mean, some of them still had tubes. Okay. Where the transmitters now, after all these years, have literally changed so that the size is different and they use a different type of configuration. So they could have a high um, wattage would not without necessarily using a lot of electricity. I mean, the power cables. Now I have, stopped and kind of looked from a distance. Don't want to walk up and get camerized or anything or nothing like that, but just curious. And some of these things have cables going into them. And the AM station that I worked at in Moultrie, their cable going out to the transmitter was just freaking big around, and going up the tower and everything. So, but to my point about that, they've made so many differences in how to um, make these transmitters as opposed to how they made them even 15 or 20 years ago, right? So my point is that the transmitters didn't look big enough to have high to use a lot of electricity. Wattage, different. They've learned how to miniaturize things and change things out. So, but anyway, in just my observation, I looked and went, you know, that's not a very big transmitter there. I mean, the tower and the thing and blah, and electricity, just observation. I don't know enough about it to make an honest to God statement about it, but my observation from radio stations that I worked at and these, I'm like, hmm, even the old microwave towers, the great big ones that was painted red and white and had these great big horns on them, they've been going around and tearing them down. And I'm like, because when I used to go up to Sylvester and go north from my house, there was a couple of them on the way, just way out in the country, big towers and then great big horns on them. They're not there anymore. What's replaced those towers are all of these other transmission towers. So, but anyway, but to the point, we'll see how this works. Uh, and going back to the rolling outages, if there are rolling electrical outages, won't that take their control away of the frequency, right? Unless they have self sustaining power. The power plant that we needed, because most of the radio stations that I worked with, they had these very large diesel engines to run the radio station when the power went out. I mean, if the power was out for so long, these things automatically kicked in. Now these energon thingies that are people are buying and whatever, this thing was a great big huge diesel engine. Okay, set out back, and it was the same type of generator that we had on one of the Carney trucks. That when we got to a place that didn't have electricity on Sunday, we would run the wires to all the trailers and everything, and then hook up the generator. And the generator would keep everything going um, for that night until the power company came out on Monday and hooked us up to the regular power. That's usually how it went. So the big generator, which was like the size of the ones at the radio stations I worked with. And I assumed that because of the wattage and the power, that they needed something that big. Now, to run a house, you don't need anything like that. But to run the juice for a radio station, yeah, you needed one of them power plants, big 4 cylinder son of a guns. They were also used, Isby. They were also used for long distance phones and stuff too. Those towers. But the TV stations worked on different frequencies, and most of the TV and radio stations had a dish right outside the studio, so they didn't have to transmit. And I can't think of the name of their anyway. It's a line of sight, and you've got your transmitter at the radio at the station where the satellite everything is, and then you beam the signal straight to the tower, wherever the tower is. Now a lot of the old AM stations had the tower right behind the thing, but TV stations do the same thing. They have like a microwave thingy, and you have to align the antennas, and they got to be straight on. Otherwise, the signal will be foggy before it gets to the tower. But anyway, but those repeaters I understood were more for long distance calls and things, because of what I know about TV and radio stations that I've worked for. But anyway, and having had to help line up the antennas kind of thing, for the signal to the towers. But so on Wednesday, we're going to find out um, one way or the other, whatever's going on. Will I crawl this out of you? Yeah, these weren't that big. They weren't that big. No, I mean the generator that we had on the Carney set sideways on a well, it was the Tilda World truck, but it was a flatbed. No, I'm sorry, it was the Rockwell plane. But anyway, it was shorter than the width of a flatbed, whatever that is. And we're coming up on 220 in the morning time. It was like a big giant tractor motor, because I worked on big tractors in the farming industry down here in the South when I moved up from Florida. And so, and I saw this one tractor, and it just, the size of it and everything, and it being diesel, I was like, wow, this is about the size of that one that was on the back of the Carney truck that we used to use. But anyway, so I'm going to stick around with you long enough to have a 20. Then I'm going to let y'all go. I need to make it into town in the morning for sure. It being the third and everything, I got to do some other business, pay a few bills in person, and fill out a couple of forms. It's the first of the year. Got to go talk to them folks at the county and etc. um, and prove that I'm still old. And, anyway, it's so silly. The county made this mandate, that if you're 65 or whatever, you can get a break on your trash. Hey, Okie, how are you? How you doing wherever you are? Blessings and a happy new year to you. And I have a lot of hope in my heart. I do. A lot of curiosity and a lot of things that are going to be happening. And like, I'm remarkably calm about it all. And I can honestly say that a few years ago, I'd be like panicked, and I'm not. And I think that's a good thing. But I know that a lot of other people feel kind of sort of in the same range that I do, in that um, whatever's going to happen in the future, we're just going to deal with it. And this is going to be the year that people respond to those things that they've just had enough with. And I think that's a good thing. And for folks who think that they're waiting on a war to start, we've already been at war these last quite a few years, spiritually and mentally and politically. The shots fired have all been, with laws passed and having our rights taken. And woke up not long ago, it's morning here in Israel. Oh my goodness, you are actually over there. Oh, well, blessings to you, my friend. I thought there was somebody that had been in here before that was over yonder. Can I ask a question, Oki? And I don't mean to be political, honestly, but I thought the Palestinians got a raw deal after World War II. And I don't think the Israelis have been fair in the deal simply because God said it was theirs. And I mean no disrespect, but I have many Jewish friends who felt the same way. Several of them have already passed away, but to the point there, we have these discussions about Palestine and Israel, and like, why can't they sit down and agree? And so, but I still think the Palestinians are getting a raw deal. Now, whoever's in there and doing the bombing and stuff, I do not agree with that. That's not my point. But as far as a people and a race, they were there first. Sorry. Or had been there for a long time. So my question is does everybody, do all the Israeli folk or whatever, is the feeling that they just hate the Palestinians? Period. I mean, it's like over here. See, they try to make all us white people bad because of black oppression and slavery 200 years ago or 150, whatever, however long it was, 1865, whatever, Emancipation Proclamation. But see, it wasn't until the 1960s though, with Martin Luther King, that they actually got the right to vote. And now there's this overcompensation that white people are the bad guys. And Miss Pearl, she's the other persuasion. They're being toyed with. Okay, but the follow-up question to that is, what is the general feeling like? See, not all white people hate black folk. I mean, it just ain't there, right? Oh, I love the Palestinians since I was a child, especially. Well, okay, that answers my question. So we get the news here that says, all of Israel hates Palestine and Palestinians, and but you hear on the news that all white people hate blacks. So I mean, there's the news. So, and I know there's, a lot of craziness going on, but here's the other twist to this. There's a lot of evidence that some of those folks that are instigating the war are actually hybrid alien types with an essence, and all they want is war. They want to kill and destroy. I mean, that's literally what they're programmed for. Are good people and they are being hunted. Okay. It's as I have suspected for many years then. Thank you, Oki, for being honest. You know. Um and but the only way I can equate it is that all white people hate black folk. And that just ain't true. And that there's all this, you know, strife between the races, and that ain't really happening. So it's very similar. Okay, as close as I can relate it for where I live and so forth, but I get it. But Dante has shown that there has been some involvement with ET folk over there, because there's been conflict there 3, 4 thousand years ago. I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by by a war. Um, Out in the desert, eat let's see, it would be west of Egypt, out there in the sands. If you do some Google searching around them, but there are also a lot of good people who are. Oh, I absolutely believe that. Yep, absolutely. I I still know some old Southerners that down here in the South, they would be considered KKK in the old days, but they still kind of feel a lot of the ways that the KKK, they don't have burning crosses and wear white hoods, but they still got a mindset that's very similar to some of the KKK. And so it hasn't gone away, but it's gotten very subdued, and not everybody feels that way. So I relate to that in that, as far as black folk, white folk, supremacy, this. So there are those underground movements even here in South Georgia, that I have kind of talked around before. But it is here. You know, one of my friends of many years who lives down the road, we were having a conversation several years ago, and I said something about blacks and whatever, and he goes, Dave, he said, tell me where the nearest black family is in this neighborhood. And I was like, well, I was thinking about this little house and that one and this one and this one and that. And I was like, and he goes, there aren't any. And I went, what? And he goes, well, there's a farm up off of 202, and they have some, they've got some farm hands that live on the property, but and that's acceptable. And I went, what? And he goes, but think about it. And he said, think of it, just a 5 mile radius. Are there any black people that live anywhere on the way to Meg's on the highway or whatever? No. What about down the dirt roads? Because you used to ride the dirt roads all the time. And I was like, no. And what about it? No. And then as I got to thinking about it, from around in this area, there's a 10-mile radius where there are no black folks that live. They don't own any property, but there may be farmhands that, are given a house or, on the farm, which is common, but not as much. But the Mexican workers, they have houses for them to live on anyway. So, and I was like, well, son of a gun, I had not thought about it. So within a 10-mile radius of here, now a lot of it's big farmland and stuff like that. And there are very few little small parcels of land. Okay, so you have to take that into consideration. But as far as are there anybody living in our neighborhood? No, it ain't no Mexicans neither. Nope. They nope. Now, I'm not prejudiced. I don't know about my neighbors. I know my neighbors over here aren't, Sheila and Ricky. No, they're not. But this guy and that one over there, maybe, you know, I know they don't like Native Americans. Eugenics. Oh, modern people. Wait. Let me catch up. Modern people have this fear that it is against people who are considered dirty people of nature. Yes, absolutely. Very strong in the state. Oh my God. So not only did uh, Project Paperclip come to the United States, it also went to Israel. That's interesting. Thinking back after World War II. That's interesting. But you see, I think that's where the word Zionist kind of comes in. Because all the Jewish people that I know around here or knew around here, I mean, we did theater together and we just did all kinds of things together. And good friends of mine too. I mean, I'm not fly by night, but I've told the story about how I found a $10,000 ring in the gutter on the street downtown in Thomasville, and it was my good friend Miss uh, I can't remember her name right now. I had her name in my brain. Ron was her husband though, and he passed away with a heart attack. But they were both Jewish. Elaine. I'm sorry, Elaine. Goodness gracious, but Ron and Elaine. So, and it was her ring that I found. But we would sit down and have conversations, and not without any anger or anything. And I go, well, I heard on the news about the Jewish and the thingy and the Israel and blah blah blah. And their son went to Israel for a couple of years and would grew his beard out and when he got back, so we would sit and have a bowl and talk, and I say, so you lived over there for 2 years now, and so what was it like, and tell me about it. So we had these long conversations. uh you meet some very creepy people. I bet. I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways Israel is kind of sort of like Mecca. Everyone that's talking good about the palace. Many people talk shit here about Russia, Poland. Everyone that is talking good about the Palestinians and bad about the Israelis. I love it. Thank you, Oki. Oh my goodness. And for me, that's good news because it means the same thing that it does for us over here. Us white people are tired of being blamed for slavery. I mean, I'm sorry. There's so many folks that I've known over the years, uh, and I don't know if some of these folks are still alive or not, but the relationships that we've had and the friendships and the good time laughing, have a good time, just good times. And just people just hanging out and doing barbecue and on a Sunday afternoon after church kind of thing. But um, the idea that all blacks hate whites, and of course white people were that was droned into them. We had to be careful of them darkies because they might turn on you any minute. We were taught that. Okay, as a child they had in Tampa growing up in the early 60s. It was the J.M. Fields department store. I remember it well. It's on the corner of Florida Avenue and Bush Boulevard. It was Temple Terrace back in the day. Now I don't know what's there now, but the interstate was built right behind it, so it was right there on the corner. And in fact, we used to play the carnival there in the fall, in the winter times. But anyway, J.M. Fields, and it had a colored water fountain, and another one that said whites only. Well, the colored water fountain was at the back of the store, and if I was in the back of the store and wanted water, I would just go to that water fountain and drink out of it. I got not by my parents, but by other white people in the store who would say, "You can't drink out of that water fountain, boy." And I was like, it says blacks only. And I was like, "Why is this water any different than the one over there? This is closer and I'm thirsty." You know. So after a while, I really didn't know what I was doing, but just out of spite, I would go drink out of the blacks only just to piss the white people off. I'm talking like 10 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, maybe 11. So this race and stuff, I was really not aware of it. Now, at the same time, I was going to a Catholic school that was at the time mostly all white. I cannot think of a black person, a black child that was in our school at the time, back in the 60s. Mainly because there weren't too many black Catholics, and also that it cost money to go, right? So most of them folks just went to public school. But I don't remember any black families at Most Holy Redeemer growing up. I mean, I was an altar boy. I helped serve communion. Later on, I read the gospel from the podium, and I don't remember any black families being in our parish. Not to say that but they lived on the other side of the tracks, literally. So, but there wasn't anything about, for me, nobody called him the N word. But, there were some folks that referred to black folks as jigaboos back in the day, or jungle bunnies. Now, I find that offensive, you know, but back in the day, we were watching Tarzan movies, and the jungle bunnies were always chasing Tarzan, so it was something that we related to, in that they were black in Africa, where they came from. And so the jungle bunny, and I still find it offensive. Okay. So, but this idea that somehow these folks are different. So I used to drink out of the black water fountain all the time. And somehow one day, and I don't remember when, but in going to the store, which I used to go to a lot, it was like one of the only, sure enough, department stores, that had all kinds of stuff in it. And it was easy to get to on my bike. Um, but the signs just disappeared. There wasn't any fanfare or whatever, but went in the store one day and the signs just weren't there. So I don't know if it was, the get to the back of the bus. I can't remember her name right now, but the review. There was the folks that went to the diner, and and some of these things happened like up here in Albany, Georgia. There were demonstrations and stuff. Albany, Georgia is the population of Albany is predominantly black. Now, the outskirts of Albany and in the next county is where all the white people live. But, Dougherty County and Albany is as a slightly black majority. So it's like, what? Yeah, down here in the South. And I used to go to Albany all the time and do puppet shows. And the lady at the library down there, Miss Selena, oh my God, what a wonderful woman she was. And God bless her and all the work that I did and stuff. And anyway, um, so this idea, if I was to have grown up differently, I was drinking out of the colored water fountains before I understood it. But then I worked around a lot of black folk with the carnival and in the South and the thing, even though we And a couple of good friends of mine at Tampa Catholic are black. If I'm assuming if they're still alive, but we've lost a few this last year. But anyway, um, classmates that is. But the idea though that somehow all of us are the same at the way we believe it in the same way, and all the things that I did within Moultrie and the communities that were associated with Black community, and so uh, yeah, they're different, but they're still human beings. We still live in a community. We still share these things. And yeah, over in the projects, them folks think differently than folks out here in the county. They just do. Where they live, their neighbors, the close proximity, the whole thing. Is it their fault? Not necessarily, no. But they live there, and they're not run down projects. They're kept up. So, but they're still project houses. But in that they live in this close community, there are these different families and different types and all this. Love you, Susie. So, but white people don't hate them. They know where the projects are, and not to go over there and start trouble. You know, but at the same time, there is this gang community kind of thing, and it started when the blacks started being thugs. You know, and I've talked about this before, but so I think there's a lot to do with the correlation of how human beings are taught to look at folks like the Israelis and the Palestinians. And I mean, and like a lot of other races or the Ukrainians versus the Estonians versus the Germans versus the Polish versus the French. And they all live in that same area over yonder, right? But they're as different as night and day, but they're all people. The French are the French, the Germans are the Germans. They can share and cross lines or whatever, but they're different peoples. And they celebrate it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Well, I'm German. Okay. Well, I was born in Ohio and I was originally a Buckeye, but I should have been born in Kentucky where the Lee family homestead still is. They're in Hazard County, Kentucky. Um, and that my heritage, if I truly am, which like 85 to 90% leaning towards being related to Robert E. Lee, um, and my personal similarities to him, being a surveyor and mapping, never been in the military, but I am one sneaky son bitch. I, I would have made I would have made a good whatever. Absolutely, Oki. And I don't know how long you've been around with my channel here, but so my whole reason for being here, as far as the channel and everything, and also my own personal being, is to show people that we are all, equal. And the native stories that I have done recently, especially, and the animal card readings that I did previously, I'll give us um, on a natural ancient level from native peoples that we are all the same in the eyes of the creator, all of us. But that also means like trees and rocks, everything is the same in the eyes of the creator. So if we disturb Mother Earth or nature or whatever, and people go in and bulldoze down, acres of trees and stuff, and that just or over where you're at, they're bombing each other. I mean, come on now, how rude and crude is that to Mother Earth? So that in and of itself wants to bring death and destruction to the soul, simply because that's not, it's not proving that we are all equal in the eyes of the Creator, regardless of what God you pray to. In the eyes of the Creator, we're all the same. And so that's very simple. Well, no, we're better than, no, no, no. When y'all die, we all go out there somewhere. We all return to our spirit form, one way or the other. Where if you choose to go to your heaven, or I've talked about this before. I do not believe in a gated community as heaven. I don't want to go behind the pearly gates. I don't want to. I don't want to be caught up in there. Why? Because I want to be able to roam the rest of the universe. If heaven's just a bunch of clouds with angels and harps, I'm going to be bored to tears. I don't want to be part of that club. You know what I mean? I just don't. I'll just go by and go, nah, St. Peter, y'all have a good time. I'm off over here on an adventure. Which tribe your blood is from, Hawkeye? Um, my grandmother was half Cherokee. My great grandmother was half Cherokee, and my grandma, great great grandmother, the third one, was full blood Cherokee. So as far as I know, Cherokee. But when I try to talk to Cherokee folk, the northern tribe, that one had nothing to do with us. They call us the Wanabe. Now there's a southern tribe of Cherokee that's over towards Jacksonville from me. And when you look at the Georgia Florida border, when you go towards Jacksonville, there's a little town there. There's a railroad that runs through. And but where Georgia comes along going over towards Jacksonville, there's this little whoop-de-doo that comes down like this and then back up and then on over towards the ocean. In that little whoop-de-doo, there is the Southern Cherokee tribe over there. Those folks are absolutely delightful, let me tell you. Northern folk, you say I'm part Cherokee, they don't want to talk to you. They just like they turn their heads. Very disappointed. But the Southern tribe, come on in. Well, what do I need? Nothing. You need a place to stay. You can camp for free. There's restrooms over there and showers, and you know we have a potluck dinner every night. If you got a can of something, bring it along. And we won't let you go hungry. But if we will ask you to help us for the meal. You know, not all day long, but give us a couple hours, or help clean out the bathrooms, or do something, and and we'll feed you, with no questions asked. These folks are great. And I'm hoping in the spring I'll be able to go to a powwow over there. I've been there several times, and I'm just here to tell you the people are just great. And the folks that go there are good people too. The vendors and stuff. And the last time I went with my dear friend Martha, God rest her soul, um, a lot of weird noises outside tonight, but it sounds like the wind in the brain has stopped. And anyway, but um, we didn't meet anybody who was obnoxious or whatever. Everybody was so kind to each other and to us, who, we were just visitors there, camped, but visitors. And but at the same time, it's just like one big giant family. And we had never met any of these people. I had met some of the folks before because I'd been to the powwow, but not some of these vendors and other people who were there. Had never met them, but we knew them, and they knew us. And it was very interesting, strange feeling. So I'm also a Southerner. We Southerners are, yeah, we are. I mean, true Southerners, yeah. There are some obnoxious ones around that, You know, some of us would like to just grab around the throat and just slap them a couple of times to like, pay attention, you know, what's wrong with you? You know, like for me, and I always have been, I was always like with whatever girlfriend or wife or woman, if she wanted to be treated like a woman versus something else, I would graciously open the door for them, carry a package here, get in the car, or truck or whatever. I'd open the door for them. And then it got to be like, well, what are you doing this for? Well, I can open my own damn door. Open your own damn door then. I'm trying to be a gentleman, okay? But I've thought about some of them old Southern movies with the old Southern gentleman that's sitting on his porch, sipping on a lemonade or maybe some iced tea with some lemon in it, you know, which is interesting because there ain't a lot of lemon trees around here. But anyway, I don't know where they got their lemons from back in the day. Um, you know, you always say, well, you know, I'll go in and make a pitcher of lemonade. Where'd you get them? You know, you look around, not a lot of lemon trees. Anyway, I'm being persnickety. But you know that Southern gentleman is like, darling, you should respect the ladies. You should honor them and take your hat off in their presence. You know, that kind of thing. And it's like to be an honest to God genteel gentleman, not hokey, but you know that would out with women's lib. You know, but I still feel that way. I think Jews. Yeah, I mean Russians, and I've watched a lot of here recently on Tubi and some other channels on the internet. Um, some movies and things by Russians. Now I have to, you know, I don't understand it, and I got to read the damn words and everything. But here's the thing: the way the Russian um, film folk are, and how they portrayed their own people, how they portray themselves. And it's like, it's not Hollywood going to Russia and making a movie, it's the Russians making a movie about themselves. And I find that, you know, like, oh, holy crap, we have so much in common. I mean, would I fight for this land around here? Would I fight for the homeland, for motherland? Yes. Well, Russian peoples have been in Russia for 100,000, you know, I want to say more than 1,000 years. I mean, you know, where Americans, they came across on a boat a couple of 100 years ago. Now, Native Americans were here for thousands of years. So, depending on where your traditions are, but would I sort of be like the Native Americans? Dude, you would. Now, I'm getting older, but if I was under attack or whatever, there are ways I could sabotage you in the woods or the swamp. And unless you had an infrared thing and were reading my body signature, and I, and if you wear, take one of those, oh, you know, those space blankets and cut a hole in it and wear it like a poncho, and are careful, you can hide a lot of your body heat, by the way. But the only way someone would spot me down in the swamps down there is if they had something like that. They would have, and they don't know the terrain. And it doesn't have to be here on my place. It's that I have been in the swamps down here in the south, and they haven't. So when you know your own terrain, so the Russian folks and the Ukrainians, they live there. They know where to go and where not to go, and where this road goes and that one. You know what I mean? Go north for wealth, go south for wisdom. It was minus 42 here the other day. Son of bench, Ed. Now we're gonna get some of that in the morning. It's actually cooling down outside right now as we speak because most of the front now is past. We had some high winds, so a lot of temperature difference. So Where today, even with it, overcast and whatever, it was still 80 degrees here, which is just not right. But tomorrow's high, here in a couple of hours, actually, the high is going to be 54 or 58 or somewhere in the. It's not supposed to hit 60. So the high for today, yesterday, was 80, and the high for today, later on, is going to be 60. A 20-degree change in just these few hours. So yeah, I get it, but it ain't minus 42. But here's the thing. I grew up in my very early years in Ohio, in Dayton and Troy. And I just, been back to the snow a couple of times. We used to do a snow trip every year to go. We'd drive from down here somewhere to the Carolinas or somewhere, Tennessee, where we would drive until we found snow. And it was usually about this time of year. Right now, there's snow going on up there, and it came across. I noticed, like around Jonesboro, Arkansas, and into Memphis and across, and there was snow this evening, this afternoon. So we'd go, "Ooh, look, snow! Let's drive until we find some," and that's what we would do. But as far as living in it and shoveling it as a kid growing up, you know, we moved to Florida after I turned age 7. So, but I remember enough growing up in Dayton and going to Catholic school and having to walk to, um, oh, Celsius. Oh, that's still damn cold. But back in my hippie days, when I was looking at where I could go, I tried my best and actually moved up into North Carolina for about 3 weeks and was going to move there, came back to Georgia. But when the man that I was going to take the job for in North Carolina found out that I was on probation for a drug issue, he said, "Sorry, you don't have a job here." So I'd already quit my job. I'd already done all these preliminary things to move up there. My house had burned down, all of the stuff, all our possessions, and it seemed like a good move. And it was really close, like a couple of miles from the mountains. Right at the moment, I can't remember the town, but anyway, um, Nat, not Nantahala, but National Forest is just right outside of town. But anyway, so had to take a left turn, right? So didn't make it to the mountains. I moved to Arkansas several times. That didn't work out. But I figured that I wanted to stay below the Tennessee Kentucky line because temperatures get cold there. And but not like Ohio and further north. And I had just made up my mind. Nope, don't want to go there. I grew up in Tampa, which is hot all the time, and the weather never changes or hardly. And so when I found South Georgia, I was like, it's a nice compromise. It has snowed here. A couple, back in, let's see, it was 79, winter of 80, I think. It snowed in Norman Park on the 14th or 15th of March and kept snow on the ground for several days. All of us that had planted, our gardens that year and crops and stuff down here, it all went to shits. It was bad. Like to froze to death. That's that winter because it was the winter that I got out of jail and I didn't have anything and I was trying to establish myself. and it was cold and brutal and snow and blizzard conditions. I mean, snow was on the ground for almost a week, and that's really odd for around here. But here's the thing, it has happened down here before. It happened when I lived out in Berlin with the house that burned down, but it was before I got busted. And then I got out of jail, and then we had that blizzard conditions. And then we had, I'm living here. We had snowflakes one time that were these great big, huge. They almost looked like marshmallows. They were so huge. Didn't stick on the ground much, but it snowed. And in the corners and stuff, the snow stayed on the ground for a couple of days. It was that cold, but nothing, nothing blizzardy like up north. And having been to the Chicago in the wintertime, south side too, having been in Ohio and growing up as a kid, and having been up there afterwards, and you know, going on our snow trips and so forth, I just realized I'm just damn glad I don't live in this shit. you know, Once every couple of years, fine. Nah, I do not want to live in this stuff. And all my brothers and sisters and relatives up north is like, why don't you move back up here? And I got to admit, where they were complaining how hot it was, I was like, man, summertime up there was really nice. There was a breeze and stuff. They live real close to the lake up there. But anyway, it gets sultry hot in the summertime down here. So summertime is wintertime. In other words, it's too hot or cold in the wintertime. It's too cold up there. They stay in the house. Down here, it's too hot. You can go out for little spurts. So summertime is my wintertime in that that's when I stay in a lot more. Um, doesn't mean that I won't go out. And at my old age, though, I do find it easier to deal with the cold than I do with the heat. There are times when it's 55 degrees outside and I'm splitting the wood in a short sleeve shirt and I'm sweating, you know. So whatever my condition is, and I've always had this sweaty condition. So, but the idea that somehow though, not everybody's built like me. So there are folks who, they freeze to death when it gets to 65. And then there are four folks at -10. They're out there, running around. So um, it is what it is. But I just decided, and after all these years, I'm glad that I stuck it out here for just a bunch of reasons. I mean, climate wise and just other stuff. I'm glad I stuck it out here. You know. And now I'm too damn old and ornery to move anywhere, at least permanently. Um, I damn sure want to go back out to the Ozarks, and if I get my truck stuff aligned and everything the way I want. And Elderberry lives out in Missouri in the Ozarks, and I like northern Arkansas, which ain't far from where he is. So I'm sure we could hook up. I'd love to go visit Barry and us hang out, and and go right into the national forest up there um, in the Ozarks up there. Um, I'm hoping, I know a lot of folks moved up to the Ozarks, but the national forest is still the national forest. People can't move into the national forest. So there are places that I've been to and sought out and was led to spiritually or otherwise, up there in the mountains. And one of those places that I want to go to is Indian Rock House, Indian Roundhouse, there at Buffalo Point in Arkansas, just off the Buffalo River. I think it's on Panther Creek. But anyway, that is one of the most special spiritual places I've ever been to. And it's just a marvel to look at. But anyway, so my dear friends, it is 3 a.m. in the morning time here on Hawkeye Radio. you know, and our dear friends Project Skyfalls and Oki. Uh, that's interesting, Oki. There's a saying, go north for wealth and go south for wisdom. That's interesting, in that directions were used because in medicine wheel from Native Americans, each of the four directions represents wisdom or knowledge or whatever. So there are some tribes that suggest that in the South there is the wisdom. It's where some of the old elders went to reside, like they went to Sun City in the old days. Was a big deal, which is outside of Tampa. Anyway, so moved to Sun City, retire in Sun City, blah blah blah, Sun City. It was even on some of it was like you know anyway, painted on barns and shit. See Sun City. Anyway, I did some work at a house or a couple of houses, did some painting and stuff way back in the day at Sun City. But um, that's when I had my Valiant. Anyway, come back around. Um, Being able to go out and visit though up in the hills again and see what changes there are or aren't since I've been up there last. I know the last time I went to North Georgia and up through the old places where I used to go camping and panning for gold and all up there around Dahlonega places. I still know where there's a ruby mine up in Tennessee, just outside of Franklin. And Chunky Gal, it's beautiful up there. The streams and just south of that is North Georgia, and there are black bear there and stuff, and the mountains are decently high. They're beautiful. And but it's not. It's a place between places. So if you don't know that it exists, it's just a hill. There's just a gravel road, and nobody knows what it is, right? The place or around it. And so most folks just drive on by and don't even know. But if you knew what was there and around that area and so forth, especially for a rock hound, and I've been panning for golden stuff for years, and I have found some interesting things in streams. And me and my brother at one time up there in North Georgia near Dahlonega, I've got books on it. I bought books years ago on panning. Have been there and panned. Have went to the places to show me how to pan, and then have practiced myself. We've been in a lot of streams up there, and one of the streams, and I used to know where. I kind of sort of remember the basic area, but in Yahula Creek up there is where a lot of the gold was found in that area. And so any tributaries that lead into Yahula Creek. So everybody would try to go to the creek, and I would go back up the little tributaries that ran into Yahula Creek. And in one of these places, it was a little stream that came down the side of the mountain, and it would come down. There was a pool, then it would drop a little bit, a little waterfall, and another pool. And we were doing our samplings in there, and we found tiny little pieces of gold. And we were like, whoa, whoa, never found any nuggets or anything like that. But finding a little old tiny flake of gold was like, it was the best. I still got some of it upstairs, that which I've panned. But yeah, and it's a lot of freaking work. It's a lot of freaking work, let me tell you. But also, though, in certain areas, when I found out where we were up there at Chunky Gal in near Franklin, maybe it's Franklin, North Carolina. You know what? It's before you get to Tennessee, actually. It's in that little corner just before you get to Tennessee. So it's not in Tennessee. It's still in North Carolina. I'm sorry. But anyway, but it is to the west of Franklin. That's a fact. But anyway, there are streams that run off of the mountain, and so higher up on the mountain is a ruby mine. In fact, we found a ruby mine across the stream where we were camped. Had camped several times, and when I walked up in there, there's this sure enough out of just like if I was in the old west, old rotting timbers and where they had dug a hole in the side of the mountain, searching for rubies back in the day, back during pre-war uh, uh, World War II, that is, and after the Great Depression, and folks up there, and they had some folks in Tampa are many esoteric people, but I grew up in Tampa, and there was because I met some of these people. Okay, I met a professor who taught demonology. He was a warlock, teaching it at University of South Florida. This is like in 1972. Okay, 1972 or a latter part of 71, but in that time period. So I'm renting a room with some friends, and um, she is getting her master's degree in psychology or psychiatry. Anyway, one of them, I can't remember, but so she was taking or getting her master's anyway, higher degree, um, and had met this, had come home one day and said, "Oh, look, there's a new professor, and here he is, and blah, blah, blah." And him and his girlfriend or wife or whatever invited him over for dinner and the whole thing, right? And so we're sitting in the living room and passing a joint or something, and they were discussing this. And he said, "Well, to give you a little demonstration of what the capabilities to do." And he did this thing with his hands. Now he had stuff around his neck and whatever. He looked like a warlock, let me tell you. And he did these things with his hands, and he produced this plasma ball something between his hands and did this thing and went and he did this motion out from him, and it went out and floated in the air and just kind of did this little circling thing in front of us and landed on the carpet on the floor, and then just went poof, and we all went, "Fuck." Now here's the thing: he could have like hypnotized us, or yeah, we'd smoked a joint, but back then weed was really bad. Okay, it was really bad compared to now. So we were stoned, but not that bad. And so afterwards, we were like, that was a really interesting parlor trick. But here's the thing: where that thing landed on the carpet didn't really make a spot, but it was different from the rest of the carpet, slightly discolored. The cats, two Siamese cats, Linus, I can't remember the other one, but anyway, they would go a foot around that spot in the carpet. "Hey, Richard, how are you?" "Hey, Deborah, did I say hi?" Lots of warlocks in Tampa and angels. I don't know about the angels. I really don't, because as hard as I tried to stay away from the evil side of things, it was just everywhere. And I was just like, I don't want to stay. Don't want to stay. Now, are there good people in Tampa? Absolutely. Do not get me wrong. But there were evil forces that were moving in. I could feel it. I could smell it. I could taste it. I had met some of these people. But so whether or not this guy really was a warlock, whether or not it was just a parlor trick, those cats, and we had tested this because when we told the story later on to other people would come over, we should have, the warlock was over here last week and you should have seen and blah blah blah. And we would take the cat and throw the cat towards this spot on the carpet, and that cat would like do every kind of twisting and turning and everything. Uh, it's okay, Deborah. I'm just glad to see you around. Yeah, underground complexes in Tampa. Yep. There was just, you know, wait, I don't have anyone in Tampa anymore. My sisters in Zephyr Hills, my aunts outside of Zephyr Hills or Dade City. I'm not sure. Is my sister in Dade City or Zephyr Hills? Zephyr Hills, I think. Anyway, but that ain't Tampa. It's a lot different out there. A lot of older folks and farmland still and stuff. But anyway, golf course or two, St. Leo's College, up in there. And last time I was down, it kind of sort of looked pretty much the same. A lot of other businesses and a lot more traffic in the congested areas, but you get out of town a little bit and on the way to Brooksville and stuff, the country still looks pretty much the same down there. But um, where my where my nephew lives now is across the street from where my pops and my granny Raleigh had bought some property, and they had lived in a trailer, a really nice single wide, um, back in the day. But and then mom and dad built a house there, and split the property. And um, after they passed away and the property was sold, my nephew Derek purchased the house literally across the street where he grew up with granny over here and mom and dad's house just on the same piece of property but across the yard. His backyard is a 12-foot fence that is there at Chapel Hill. It's like on the other side of where his house is, the property's worth like $1 million an acre. It's Sunnybrook, I think it is. Sunnybrook. Anyway, it is like, high profile, Tom Brady might live there for God's sakes. But to the point though, ritzy folks and tennis people and, big time, big houses, big money, very elite, gated, seriously gated community. And the golf course is right behind his house. And the rich folks will knock golf balls down. And so when Pops was alive, when Derek was younger, we used to go along the edges of the fence and pick up golf balls because rich people, I ain't going down there for that, and they'd just get another one and keep playing, right? So we'd get brand new balls, just take a walk along the fence line from the golf course, which is his backyard. But anyway, so uh, down there and seeing how much traffic, and when I was down there recently, a couple of years ago, and drove through some old neighborhoods and stuff, I was like, nah, no, I'll come down here and visit, but I cannot or could not tolerate all the extra traffic. And here's an interesting thing. And I talked about this a couple of years ago, but I bring this back up. My sister was married to our next door neighbor in their later on in life, and they lived down just south of town, down towards Ruskin, south of town. And north of Bradenton. I can't remember that, but anyway, so had like 8 or 10 acres of land there. It's flat and farmland. It had some cows and goats and stuff like that, and you could see the interstate from their house. It was a nice double wide trailer, real nice double wide trailer, off the ground, so it supported everything right. When I went down to visit, I'd laying on this really nice, comfortable bed, nice thick pillows, sort of like you're thinking about the Princess and the Pea in a way. And it's nighttime, everybody's gone to bed, or maybe a fan or the air conditioner running on the other end of the house. I'm very comfortable, everything's groovy, and I hear this rumbling noise through the bed, through the pillow, and it's the trucks going up and down, which is, I guess it's still 75 south of town going into Sarasota. And I was like, what? So I got down on the floor and just put my hands down. And from 3/4 of a mile away where the interstate is, the trucks going up and down the highway at night created a trembling. And I went in the other room, and Lynn had stuff in like a curio cabinet, and I got up close, and you could hear the vibration of the glasses or whatever just kind of shimmying a little bit. And so I did a couple of tests, and I was like, the amount of vibration that from that distance, no, there's nothing there, it's flat or whatever. But to be able to pick it up, not from the ground, through the pillars of the trailer, through the frame of the trailer, through the carpet, up the bed, through the mattress, and through my pillow, I could hear the vehicles on I-75. And I went, no way. No way. Out in the country, away from everything, interstate's off, there's no big anything around, and it was never quiet. No matter what. Middle of the night, didn't matter. Laying on the couch with the TV on, and I know I'm hypersensitive and probably crazy, but I could feel the vibrations. You could hear the glasses kind of wiggling, kind of. It was real, and I mean, I was like, no, 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 no. Well, when I was down there this last time, there's been so many of the roads that have been widened and so forth. And it was like, even though it was in Zephyr Hills, which are the mountains and the land's different from when they live south of town. But I noticed that there was still in my sister's trailer sleeping, there was still this vibration. Now, a long time ago, Casey said that that Florida was going to fall into the ocean, right? It was just going to be covered and so forth. And back when I was growing up, they they started building the Cross Florida Barge Canal, which there's still a large portion of it they already dug. It's turned into sort of an intercoastal waterway. But one of the outlets is right there at Crystal River Nuclear Plant with two of them great big, steamers there. And as I was growing up and they were building them up there, I was like, no, this is way too close to the house. You know what I mean? And the Cross Florida Barge Canal, if Edgar Casey is right, then from the Florida Barge Canal, and they stopped it because there were a lot of people who were like, you're going to dig across the aquifer, the Floridian aquifer, the several aquifers that run under Florida and come out in around the Keys and stuff out in the ocean, right? So with all this vibration, all of the digging and the mining of all the phosphates and stuff down around Bartow and so forth, where they dug up, dinosaur bones and things like that, with the constant shimmying and shaking of traffic, what's that doing to the ground? And if underneath it are caverns, because I've been in quite a few caverns in Florida back in the day and up around Inverness and Brooksville and up in the forest up there, went through some holes that went down in the ground that folks just, oh my God, it just unbelievable what's down there. And, in other places too, and just like, holy crap. So, but and then there are the aquifers. So Florida, in a lot of ways, is hollow. So with all this driving and all this vibration, oh my God, it's time for another one, ain't it? It's 3:19, and I'm still yapping. It's officially 3:20. Take a 20 somewhere. So I'm still bowled up. It's rather live in Alabama or I'll just visit. Did you say Canada? Oh, California. You know what? Speaking about that, there as my brother and I went out west and we went all the way to Seattle and then down the coast and never made it to San Francisco. I can't remember exactly, but we made it far enough south in California that we cut across the state and went over to oh crap, it's a state capital. But anyway, we cut across there and then on over to Nevada and spent the night like 8 miles or something like that, or 10 miles from the Donner's Pass, which was interesting. Got up the next morning going into Reno, and there's Donner's Pass. And there was snow on the ground in July when we were there, by the way. It's 10:20 there. AM, right, Okie? I've been in some beautiful places, and hey, Amanda, 9:20 there. And good morning to you too, Katniss. And Happy New Year, everybody. We made it. Has anybody seen any bright flashes lately? Now, um, so here at the bottom of the hill, we have vehicles that go up, come around the curve up there at the top of the driveway and go down Zion Grove and down the hill into the road down there, right? And folks have come around that corner up there doing 55 and 60, and it ain't that kind of curve. But big trucks and farm trucks and just nowadays normal pickup trucks are bigger than like my pickup truck, right? Back in the day, it was a full size pickup truck. Now, most pickup trucks, damn near all the same size. Some of them are king cabs, but anyway, and they all make my little Mazda look like a dinky little toy, right? But as we're sitting here and a truck will by up on the hill and it'll rattle the windows. I mean, you would swear to God that somebody was pulling up right up to the house. I don't mean just down the driveway. The noise is like, what? And so the vibration, but I live on a clay hill. It's not like the sand and limestone that's down in Florida. But I have thought about it over the years that how long, honestly, could the earth stand all of this vibration of truck travel, of vehicle travel? You know, just back and forth and back. Nothing special. It's just trucks and vehicles on the interstate. Nothing, tremendous. But that what is that doing to the vibe? Almost constant. At 3 in the morning, there ain't much traffic out on the interstate. Okay. But all through the day and into like 1 o'clock, there's traffic. And, so in the middle of the night, it's quieter, but there was still a vibration. So at the peak of the time now out in California, so there's a crap load more uh, um, traffic because when we were there, the further we got down into towards San Francisco, we looked at each other and said, "It's only going to get worse from here." Nah, wait, no. We really wanted to go across the Golden Gate. We really wanted to see San Francisco, but when we looked at each other and said, "Nah, if it's only going to get worse, oh." So we cut across the state, and I'm glad we did because I got to drive from Reno all the way down through the desert, all the way from where Reno is, and all the way down through the desert um, in Nevada, and all the way to Las Vegas. And we hung out in Vegas for a couple of days. We were on jet skis on the dam behind Boulder Dam, Hoover Dam, when the water was at its highest, or there was no white line. We were there. There was a marina. There was fish. There was all this stuff. And since we were there in 99, I guess it was 98 or 99. Anyway, that I'll have to look at the pictures. But anyway, that since that time, the water's only come down. And when we rented jet skis that day we were there on the lake, we went right up. It's probably still there. The two towers at the back of Hoover Dam, the inlet towers, and there was a cable across the canyon there that said, do not, no boaters, whatever, beyond this point. And we literally sat on that cable and swang back and forth, and we were like, man, Hoover Dam is like right there. We're right here. It was so cool. And but over the years, I've been checking on Hoover Dam just to see how bad it is, and the water and all that kind of stuff. And this is like, and I see people doing the videos around the lake and so forth. It was not like that when we were there back in 99. And oh my God, I'm so grateful that we had the opportunity to jet ski on the lake when it was I won't say it was at its max peak, but there was no white line anywhere. The water line was there was no white line at all. And the marina that we went and rented the jet skis from and so forth, you a couple of years ago you could tell where the water had gone down because it was on floats, a lot of this. And there was a bait and tackle shop. There was a little cafe that sat out there on the lake. It was beautiful. None of that exists anymore. So it's totally different. So them folks out west and stuff, and around here, speaking of rivers and lakes, kind of sort of, Wapaki, you drive neutral downhill. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to stay in Reno, but it was like 8 dinners, whatever it was, late breakfast, and then I drove through the desert. I drove through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to get out of the rain. In the desert, you can, for there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La la la, three-part harmony. Come on. Hey, Deborah. I guess there's a lot of wild horses in Louisiana too. My brother. Really? Wild horses? That's cool. Well, where I went through Louisiana, now I did not go through the whole state, but I did come out of Texarkana and into Louisiana and down through the state that way. And it's a lot of lowland. I mean, from here where I live in South Georgia, if as soon as I start heading east, I run into the Okefenokee Swamp just on the other side of Valdosta. You cross over 75, you're basically on the edges of the Okefenokee Swamp and the upper reaches of the Swanee River. And also the Withlacoochee River, which I still have not been had a chance to go down yet. But in checking the rainfall and checking the river level and so forth, that there's a USGS thing, water survey, and you can check anywhere in the United States and where the gauges are and on what rivers or creeks or whatever, right? So I'm checking things all the time. It's a Pueblo and this very impressive. Oh, that would be cool. Now, see, speaking of desert with no name, going through the desert, I was like, man, there were folks that lived way off the road and stuff. And I was like, I'm sorry. Um, it was hot and it was deserty and there weren't any trees and there wasn't any grass. Now, I realized, we stopped several times along the road and at different places so I could kind of get a feel of what the desert felt like. And I was like, I can't live here either. I mean, it's interesting. I would like to spend some time and just go rock hunting, whatever prospect. Just walk out through just checking shit out, right? Miss nothing in particular. Just lead me wherever my compass and sets me. And which brings me to there was this one spot in the road, and I want to say it was like halfway from Reno to Las Vegas. There ain't but one just road that goes down through there. And the road's just nice and flat and nice and flat and nice and flat. There are a little bit of a rise and nice and flat, a lot like a lot of places in southern Florida and places around, nice and flat for miles and miles and miles and miles. And looking out the window and driving, we're taking turns and talking and having a smoke, and all of a sudden in front of me is this hill. It just this hill, and the road goes up it and a little bit, and then down the other side. And I was like, "Oh, whoa, whoa, pull over!" And Danny was like, "Why?" And I said, "Do you not see this hill? We have been 50 miles, and the road's absolutely flat. We come to this spot that I don't know, maybe 100 yards or so or two across. It wasn't very big, but there was this like a giant cow patty of rocks and stuff that would just sit there. It was flat everywhere else around us, but this one spot. And I was like, now I'd like to go back to that one spot. Somewhere here in the house, I picked up a couple of rocks from there because it was so different from the rest of the desert. And I was like, having lived down here in the swamps and everything where I grew up, the desert is just like so absolutely opposite. I was like, no, I couldn't handle this. I mean, go visit and whatever and hang out, but as far as sure enough set up residence, I got no interest. Now, someone might talk me into like, to go out there and do some prospecting or rock hounding or something, and go out and stay for a little while. Okay. But to just move forever and ever, nah. Now there were places along the coast and up in Oregon and Northern California along the coast and stuff up there, and even in Washington State up there. But everywhere we went, there were volcanoes, and I'm like, it's really cool. The redwoods and the trees and the Pacific and oh my God. I've been along the Atlantic coast and the Gulf. I'm, from either side of Florida and around and all that. But to see the Pacific Ocean it still is thrilling to me to think about it. Hey, Mossy, you're back. If I would let them roam free. Yep. If I don't have enough space to run horses, maybe one, but I'd have to feed it. But um, and would have to put some fencing up too. I lived in Washington State, now in Southern Cal. Wow, Mossy man, to Canada, and almost went to Mexico. Uh, and I literally went across the corner of Pennsylvania. I drove through a portion of West Virginia. I've been to the western end of Virginia, there in the Little Toe, been up in there, North Carolina, South Carolina, all over Tennessee, in a lot of places, and up in western North Carolina, up around Boone, uh, and up around in that area. A lot there in North Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, in that area. A lot of time up there, and a little bit of northern Alabama, all over the state of Arkansas. Mostly though, in the Ozarks in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. Had a place that I had staked out there in southern Missouri, like 10 miles across the line, and just couldn't make it happen. So I was almost Elderberry's neighbor in a way. But then been in Missouri, been in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Illinois, Indiana. Been to Michigan because we flew into Detroit. So flew into the been into Detroit several times. Ohio, but I have not been like to Washington or to Eastern Virginia along the coast over there. I have not been in, anywhere else in Pennsylvania other than the western side. Ohio. Um, I've not been to Wisconsin or to Minnesota, but Kentucky, Tennessee. Went to Mammoth Cave, went all the way across, to the toe of Kentucky into Missouri. Been to St. Louis, the Arches. Been into Kansas and then back, but um, Iowa, South Dakota, and then across into Montana. I'm sorry, Wyoming, and then Montana, uh, and then into Washington. So I've missed Colorado, I've missed North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Have not been there, and nowhere up the East Coast as like Connecticut or anywhere up in there. So, um, but down the coast, through Oregon and California and across and Nevada and then back through Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, across I-10, or no, it was I-40 back into Arkansas. So I have been that route. But this is a joke. Does she have wooden shoes? Boy, when I was growing up, the little Dutch boy, the little wooden shoes, I somehow my granny Raleigh was just something about the little Dutch boy. Anyway, um, I didn't mean it as as a joke. I mean, because it was always about the wooden shoes, and I was like, what? Now I've worn wooden kind of clogs, and they're like uncomfortable as on my feet. You really do have a pair? So, but some of those things when I was growing up as a kid, it was like a little Dutch boy and girl, and they were holding hands, and they had the little, you probably seen that. But I was like, we kind of looked at each other and went, really? Wooden shoes? So it was almost like it was sort of like a story like Hansel and Gretel. Like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, and okay, but it was just a story. Oh, you mean they really did have it? Wouldn't you? Oh shit. Okay. I don't know how old you are, Mossy Man, but in my growing up back in the 50s and 60s, I mean, it wasn't until the 70s that things kind of opened up for just reality self, you know. In early 70s we started going into the digital age. Instead of using a dial phone, you could actually push the buttons, you understand. That was a big deal when that happened. And in that era, from the rotary phone to the dot to the digital do phone, there was this change. And it might be a it could be very subtle on Wednesday, what this change could be. I travel from Alabama to Washington. Really? That's a long ass way project. I'm here to tell you that is a long. Oh, I've also been in Mississippi and Alabama. In the carnival, used to travel the southern part of the state a lot. Uh, and in Mississippi, have been through Mississippi, stayed in a couple of places. I really like it up around Tupelo. There's some pretty country up there. And had some friends of mine that lived up around Tupelo. Not because it was Elvis's place, but anyway. Um, and southern Memphis, I am super fond of the Oregon coast. Oh yeah, me too. And we couldn't find a place to stay in Oregon right on the coast when we were going through because we were like newbies. But the the state park system that was listed in the atlas that we had at the time showed several, because we were camping. We had set up, we had all our gear. I mean, we camped at like 10,000 feet up in the Bitterroot Mountains of Montana, and a thunderstorm went through. Holy Jesus, God. I mean, we were in the clouds. It was one of the craziest, most amazing, most terrifying things I have ever lived through. Holy Jesus. Oh my God. I mean, lightning just like sideways, you'd peek out we each had a dome tent because my brother's was a lot bigger and stuff. So, but it was just easier than one big tent. So we could set them up anywhere, over here, one over there, would make a little camp, right? And we each had our own little stuff in there, so if I had to go pee or whatever, we weren't, bothering each other. It was just simpler. And it worked. It worked really well. And we had a couple of tarps and stuff, so there was this storm that moved in. And as the storm moved in, it was like really twilight, like 10 o'clock at night in the north up there. It was still light. And it was really strange. So, anyway, especially at that elevation. So, but we heard the thunder and lightning coming and it started to rain. And Danny was like, Dave. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, we need to do something. And I said, I agree. Where's the tarps in the car? So as it was just starting to rain, the thunder, oh my God, and the lightning was coming, you know, and we had went up this forest road until it kind of really didn't go anywhere. And it looked like a turnaround where they had loaded trucks to take the timber out, which it kind of sort of was. We found out the next day. But so anyway, a really nice spot, a beautiful way up high in the mountains. Had snow. The snow line was like 100, 200 feet away from us. There was snow up there. And this was in July. And so we put our little dome tents together so we could share the tarps. And we overlapped the tarps. We tied the tarps down to the bottom of the dome tents. Used a couple of rocks and tied it down. And we each got in ours. But So the doors were facing each other, right under this tarp. It was so loud and banging. I mean, the lightning was just going sideways over the mountain like this. I mean, it was right on top of us. Oh my God. We grew up in Tampa where there were thunderstorms, right? All the time, bright streaks. We were in the thunderstorm. you know, it was interesting. Let me tell you. And it was interesting later on after, I don't know, it was like 2013 when I met my shaman friend. And I was talking about it. I said, Wolf, I said, we camped I said, you grew up in Montana. He goes, yeah. And I said, well, Danny and I, outside of Anaconda. What? Yeah. And we went up this road along this river up in the Bitterroots. What? And I said, yeah, we got to this place. And you mean the house on the left hand side of the road? Yeah. And on the other side? And I went, yeah. And he goes, you went further up and went up on the mountain? I went, yeah. And he goes, I've been there. And I went, no shit. Seriously? He just, I mean, because there's only one road. I mean, the mountain goes up like this, the road, and then there's a stream, river. And there's not a lot, but there's certain things that you just wouldn't miss or couldn't miss. And we had stopped at this little house, and there were pine trees. Oh my God, Douglas fir, or whatever. It's holy mackerel. But anyway, he knew exactly because we lived not far from there, and we used to go up there and party in that little clearing up at the top and blah blah. Blah. He described it to a T, and he goes, "Oh my God, you camped where we used to go party." And I was like, "Now that's strange." Of all the places in the world, we had both been to this place in the Bitterroot Mountains. Him more than me, but so anyway, it kind of made our relationship as a shaman in training, medicine man teaching me and learning and stuff like that. Having been to places, to one of those places that he had frequented, it kind of like bonded us a little better. But anyway, so yeah, Mother Nature is very interesting, and I find it like this that no matter where we are, I my brain keeps going back to that card I pulled the other night about that all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. And I've read the Bible and I went through catechism class and I've studied, I've got, the Bhagavad Gita, all three books upstairs. I've got books on, on this and that and Hinduism and Buddhism. And I've read and studied all of these things. And that one statement, after all my years of learning and studying, all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. Okay, God, or whatever. So we really don't have to compete. And for those people who have greed in their heart, that need or want, and that's what they want out of life is to achieve and to, you know, versus, I would like to finish my house, but it doesn't, there are people who have looked at my house, said, so what would you with my house? And they'd say, I'd get a bulldozer and knock it over. What? So it's odd. It's made out of recycled things and recycled windows. And in the next couple of days, I'm hopefully am going to do a little video of outside and the work I've done in the last bit of concrete. I can't believe this is like 3 years I've been working on this damn porch. But I've had a lot of digging and roots and stuff and foundation work I've had to do. And it took me a long time to figure out what the grade level on the porch was going to be as it moves into the rest of my house. So, but anyway, but I really want, and I want to do a live stream with my new camera and see how it's going to work, and kind of sort of do a little walkabout here around the house and a couple of the trees that I've cut down that I need to cut up for firewood now since it's going to be cold. Uh, yeah, horses. Um, I used to work at a local horse farm is really not the right term, but the I don't know if depending on where you live in Thomasville is a bakery, Flowers Bakery, big bakery, and the Flowers home office is in Thomasville along with the bakery. But there are lots of other Flowers bakeries in other parts of the country, right? But so I have known some of the Flowers family. Okay, Gilda was married to a Flowers, and she had horse stables, and every year they have the Rose Parade in Thomasville, which is a really big deal. And they have equestrian things out there with the jumps and the you know and I used to take care of all of her stables and all the fences and all of this stuff, so I got a chance to hang around with horses where growing up in Tampa no horses in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? So and didn't get a chance to be around horses, but having worked out there at the stables for many years now, it's been years ago, but having worked with the horses and stuff out there at Gilda's, I really loved it. And I was like, man, I wish I could get a horse. But and some friends of mine that I kind of sort of grew up with, and that I helped them build a passive solar house way out in Norman Park, Crossland area, which is north of me. And he had like 1,000 acres. I mean, ponds and pastures, and he had some cows. They had a couple of horses. The one horse threw me like 20 feet in the air. You know, probably one of the reasons why my back still hurts after all these years. But anyway, we used to go out to Monk's place and um, and watch the horses, and they had a couple of cows. They had a milk cow and some goat. I mean, it was a small little, big farm, but they only had a small farmlet in the middle of this thing. I mean, literally almost in the middle of the property. About 900 acres on one side of the road, and down the road or something, there was another 100 or so acres. But anyway, 1,000 acres. And you had to drive a half a mile down this 2-lane thing and down a hill and around a curve and down this way and around the bottom before you got to their place. But anyway, I worked for Doc, and he was the director of the weatherization program in Moultrie, and we served all of Southwest Georgia. So I, as a one of the lead men, it was my job to go out and canvass all the homes, make the list, get the list up of who the people were going to work on, get the materials and all that kind of thing, and then go out and help them. And then at the end of it, I had to sign off on the job that it was complete. So anyway, I did that for a couple of years back in the day. But I learned all about passive solar and everything. And then my house burned down, and then I ended up moving here. So I had my opportunity to take all the knowledge that I literally had hands-on work with in building. We had built, we had several projects. This is back in the day, Jimmy Carter and stuff, right? And some of the stuff he started, um, which I still respect the man, where other people don't. But you know, sure enough, poor old people that are freezing to death in a house, and they ain't got no ceiling in their roof. It never had a ceiling. It was just built with a tin roof and rafters, and it never had an inside ceiling of any kind. The sides, some of them were stuffed with newspaper for insulation, which ain't bad, by the way. But um, plastic bags and stuff, and the windows didn't fit, and half of the sashes were falling out. And we'd go in and fix the sashes and do what we could with the inside ceilings and add insulation and, and secure the house and just keep these old folks from literally freezing to death, living in the country. Cool. Yes, crows are really cool. Has a bad foot, so it's easy to spot. Crow, eh? We've got some crows in the neighborhood, but not near as. Somebody asked me recently, how is the bird population around here? And I've been bitching about it for years. And this winter, oh my God, I live under a flyway. Okay. When I first moved here in this time of year, there'd be geese coming in. Oh my God, by the hundreds, honking and going down south of me down to St. Mark's Wildlife Refuge. And there'd be all kinds of birds come through here. They'd come down in the fall and they, huge flocks of robin redbreast. I ain't seen a robin in years. And they used to just come through and just wipe the place out for a day or so, on their way north or on their way south. Haven't seen them. Bluebirds, they used to come not very often, but once in the spring, once in the fall, you would see these blue jays. Ain't seen a blue jay. Haven't seen a bluebird in years. Um, Other types of birds, haven't seen them. There used to be three or four pairs of cardinals that lived in this general area of my house, and they used to fight and twist and do this thing. There's one pair of cardinals. I haven't seen two. There's one pair of cardinals, and actually, it where there are more trees and things, it actually I there should be more habitat for the cardinals and for other birds to hang out. Nope, there are woodpeckers. There's a ladderback that lives around here. I go out in the yard. He won't let me photograph him for a squat. I come out and like look up, and he's like, he'll notice me and keep pecking at the tree. And I'll come out with the camera to take his picture, and he'll hide on the backside. Birds aren't stupid by any stretch of the imagination. And like a dear friend of mine who's been recovering from colon cancer, and he's like, Dave, I want to get some. He's always talking about getting this kind of animal and that and this and that, and he still doesn't have any. But he has trouble taking care of his cat. But that's between me and you. But I said, dude, just get you some chickens. You know, well, I want to get some goats. And I looked at him and I said, Randy, why do you want goats? And he looked at me and he said, so I could love them. And I almost cried because he big old truck driver kind of guy, deep voice. I've known Randy for a bunch of years. Since I moved here, at least on this property, so that's been 40 years. I've known him at least that long. And we've done theater together and just all kinds of things, right? So, but anyway, I was like, so Randy, get yourself. I even got some fencing at the house. I'll donate, but put you in a chicken pen. I said I loved my chickens, and you can pet them and you can talk to them, and chickens ain't stupid, but a goat can get in the woods. It can get out. You can't chase it down. It don't like being in a pen, and you really got to supplement their food. But what are you going to do? I said, if you get chickens, though, at least you'll get eggs. What are you going to get out of the goat? Are you going to eat it? Well, no. And I said, then you're just going to have to feed it. And I said, so I love you, but if you want to start with a farm animal, get a couple of chickens. You know, simple fence, simple thing, easy to feed. And you get eggs. You get a goat, all you got's a goat that's always eating, So, oh, I'm going to get a goat. I'm going to get some sheep. Why? Yep, it's amazing. This is different from the bird, but there is a huge snake that lives around the house and around in the outbuildings and stuff. He's at over, I think it's actually a she, um, um, oak snake. They're close to 7 foot long. Beautiful snake, has literally crawled across my feet, kind of waved at me as it went by, let me take their picture. I allowed them to eat an egg or two out of my chicken house, and um, but normally I'm like, I've literally like grabbed the back of a snake's head and forced the egg back out, like, you ain't getting this, some bitch. You know, I've taken them off, some of the offspring, but the really big one, I respect her, always have. And she's been around. And I haven't seen her in a while, but I've seen traces where she's still around. Humongous, big, long snake. But to the point, though, to the point where I could literally like feed her. And animals and things like that, thank you for hanging out with us, Oki. Honestly, it's really good to hear from you and with you. Is I'm glad you shared with you know, what we talked about earlier. Thank you so much. Um, Come back again. I'm going to have to come in as much as doing these midnight sessions and all night sessions kind of thing. And like it's almost 5 hours now that I've been yakking. But anyway, this year from now on, um, I don't know if there's any particular area of, like, if these rocks were to really fall. Well, they are going to be falling because they're going to be meteors, right? But whether or not any of these pebbles make it through the atmosphere, I'd be curious. Here's my curiosity. In the wintertime, the atmosphere is colder, right? So if a rock from space hits the atmosphere and it's colder than summertime, to where it's much hotter, etc., would the meteor make it have a better chance of making it to the ground because the temperature? So as it heats up, falling, and it reaches, and hell, it's snowing down here, right? So as the rock falls, the atmosphere, yeah, it's still got, but it's a lot colder air. So would it be safe to say that these rocks would have a better chance of hitting the ground? There have been places up in, Siberia and other snowy places in Canada, whatever. The kids would go out when they saw these things hitting and could find them because there's a melted spot in the snow, and they dig the snow around, and there'd be this little meteorite. You know, Interesting. I think it might have been Dante over there, in the Ukraine or Moscow or over in Russia. But anyway, they were going out in the field and picking up these meteorites, in the digging down in the snow. So, but anyway, living alongside of nature is the bomb. You know, I'm so grateful that in my latter years, uh, that I have all this Mother Nature around me. I'm so glad. I mean, I'm still homesteading this place, for crying out loud. And once a homestead, you always got stuff to work on. I mean, I was in the kitchen earlier, and with all this rain, there's water in the kitchen, and I don't know how it got on in there because it's concrete wall on that side of the house, and I don't know how the water got in there. And it came from the rain. So now I got to figure out how in the hell the water got in through a concrete wall and in my floor that's concrete, when it's never done it like this before. So, but anyway, so there's always something, you know. And the older I get, it's harder to keep up with some of these things, but um, at least it's a challenge. And in my lifetime, I've often wondered, why am I here? What is my purpose? And I've got this little farm thingy down here, which used to be kept a lot nicer because I was younger, could motivate and and walk around and do stuff a lot easier than I can now. I'm thinking in my old age, things have gotten out of hand, like I've talked about, and I want to do a walkabout and show where I've made improvements and the crap I still have to fix. But in that, why am I doing this? I could just say the hell with all of it. I could just sit here in the house and watch TV or, browse the internet, which I'm so bored at browsing the internet these days that, so, well, wait a minute. Going outside keeps me connected, even though have collected massive messes of junk over the years. Some of it was legit and so forth. I mean, anytime you collect aluminum, that's not a bad thing, but it got a little out of hand because I haven't been able to make it town to get rid of the aluminum. But anyway, but that's on my list of first things to do this year, especially since aluminum is twice the price it was back when I started saving it. So that's an investment. But I also, me and a friend of mine, we're going to set up a kiln so that we could actually melt aluminum and make things because we have done that stuff in the past, you know. But anyway, so that didn't work out. I'm by myself. My friend that wanted to help me is no longer around. Situations have changed, and that's not a priority. But I got a lot of aluminum that I collected because that was what its intent was for, right? Was to melt it down. Well, I don't see that happening anytime soon. But living alongside of nature, and as I've been cleaning up around here, I've collected rocks over the last 40 years from North Georgia, from from North Carolina, from Tennessee. I've got rocks from Arkansas around. I've got, you know, a lot of old brick that I collected off of the old tobacco barns that I tore down. They had old brick chimneys to vent the tobacco barns that were heated a lot of times with wood way back in the day. And so I've got all these really old brick and all around the place. And the wandering Jew has taken over. So now that it's getting cold, as I'm cleaning up around the Wandering Jew, I'm finding all these rocks and brick things that I did over the past. And I'm like, I haven't been able to see them because, the Wandering Jew got out of a pot and into the woods and it's all over the freaking place. When they say wandering, holy crap. I know I made a joke a while back and I said, man, this wandering Jew, I said, Moses never did find his way out, because it's all around anyway. Bad, 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 bad humor. I love you all. It's almost 4:20, but I can't make it. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go because I gotta go. So I love you. Richard, it's always good to see you. Project Skyfalls. Oki, thank you for your participation. And everybody else, you don't have to check in. I know you're hanging out and listening. Uh, I think so anyway. But if you're not, I still love you. I am. I'm going to get some sleep. I got to go to town and do a little bit of business and get some new parts for my truck. But you all are very kind. Uh, I love you all. Please be safe. No matter what comes our way, we'll figure it out. Have that much confidence. Thank you, Richard. TTFN, right? To all of y'all. But no matter where, I know, Richard, you're up in the UK. Deborah, there you are. And cheers to you too, Oki. And you're over in Israel and over there. Man, it's really strange when my friend here in Thomasville, when he decided to go to Jerusalem to Israel over there and spend those couple of years, he um he was studying the old Jewish part thingy. I can't remember it now, but anyway, I'm stoned and tired. But it was very interesting the stories and things that he brought back and talked about. And I knew him when he almost from the time he was born. Zach is a fine young man. And Deborah, you be safe wherever you all live or may live, and wherever you may travel. Please be safe. Most folks are nice out there, but there's some crazy people. And I hope we make it through Wednesday when they flip the switch. I don't feel bad about it, but like I said, I've got a, you skeptical, like, like they've never done anything that was like perfect the first time out, right? I'm just saying. So we're the experiment. I'm gonna as I leave you this morning with love in my heart, and what time is it? 4:11. I'm gonna smoke one with you. And for Richard, you got on here late in Project Skyfalls. This is a real helmet from World War II. I got it sent to me. I bought it from UK, and I used it for a play. But this is a real tin hat right here. So good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. It is 4:12 a.m. here in Southwest Georgia. This new year, a lot of folks are saying it's going to be better. A lot of folks have hope in their hearts and in their eyes, and it seems like they've got projects that they're hoping for, one way or the other. And they're optimistic in that they're hopeful that they'll at least, uh, yeah, they came from over there. Yep. Um, Bought it overseas. It cost me like $50 to ship it from over there, but I used it in a play that I was in, and it's since I bought it, I kept it, and I and I've got a real World War II U.S. um, steel pot, helmet. This sits on top of the American one, or sometimes vice versa, but um, whatever these folks decide to do, all we could do is wait and see and pray for the good, because there are some good folks who are working hard to keep them from winning, you know. Oh, look, right at the end here, we got us another one. Here, let me go over here and play monitor. It's gone. There we go. Now that I learned how to do it, it's like, ooh, look at that. But anyway, so I might be wearing this Wednesday just for the hell of it, just just to put it on. Yes, Richard, believe, believe, believe. Absolutely. Cheers, my friends. Believe, 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 believe. But as being a watchman and watching, subject matter and people's feelings, and I gotta say, here at the end of this 5 hours, I'll stay for another minute. But I watch Paul Begley on a regular basis to kind of see what's going on and what the feelings are. Whoa, calm down, Duggar. And there are a lot of people believing in the apocalypse and that, Jesus is coming any minute on a cloud. But, if there's a UFO in that cloud, then he's a demon. Um, and that there are all these other things that, it's like, well, the end of the world, the asteroid's going to hit us, and the waves of, from the energy, and all this is all about doom and gloom. And the only way out of it is to pray to Jesus and get your soul saved. That's it, you know. And nothing, there isn't anything promoting that go out and help other people. I mean, in that what they're selling is always on the negative side. They're always pointing out the bad things, right? Okay. So yeah, it's there, absolutely. But then there are folks like us who are like, we see it. We know we it's not that we're blind or we're trying to hide from it, but we just try not to get involved. And there are those folks, I used to be one of them, who stay involved in the calamity of things, and then they keep it in their hearts, and they're so afraid because they don't know what to do because of all this calamity. When if they would just stop accepting the calamity in their hearts. So, and I'm not trying to talk bad about Pastor Paul, honestly. He seems like a decent fellow. He's funny. They talk about things, but the overall, what is his gist? It's about the apocalypse. Whoops, there goes another one. Oh, Duggar, calm down. There's something outside. Uh, Carnova. Wait, I got the wrong one. Deborah, I almost did it to you by accident. Oh, Lord, if that happens, y'all let me know. Let's see. Okay. And there's a documentary out now on one of the channels. I can't remember. Might be Tubi. I was perusing through there today. And about Winston Churchill. Never, ever give up. And I'm talking about this about my age because it's it's 69 and a quarter. I look at things a lot differently than I did just a couple of years ago, right? So I'm looking at my projects around the house as why am I here? Well, to finish up things that I started and also to stay busy, to just sit and ponder. That's okay, but I can still, like, reclaim some of my flower beds and things, and I can reclaim the brick and all of the things back here in the back of my house. And I can reclaim those things that nature has literally just moved its ass in because with all the rain we had this year, just stuff went growing like hell, and it just literally, got out of shape, got out of hand. So, but this winter and going into the spring, it gives me something to do so I can stay busy. I can stay and I can still be engaged with the nature and cuss that wandering Jew and say, listen here, I want my backyard back. Okay, it's 420. So one more for the roads, my dear friends. It's 5 hours and 3 minutes and 31 seconds into this. You did? Me too. Thank you, Deborah. I can't believe it. I did it again. Another 5 hours. I keep swearing I'm not going to do this, but then Richard comes on and Oki comes on, and there are folks that come on earlier on and drop out, which is fine. And then there are them folks that come on later on, and that's fine. But so if I just did an hour at 12 o'clock, then, I wouldn't get a chance to hang out with y'all. So, as much as sometimes I'm like, man, I did another 5 hours. Holy crap. I really like hanging out with y'all. I do. It's fun. There are many times through the day or whatever, I go grinning about something we talked about or whatever. The fact that, Richard's in the UK and Oki is in Israel, and, and y'all are spread out in Louisiana and places and here and there. Oh my God. Ain't that just such a good time for me in that, wow, it sort of helps to relate in a shamanic way, seriously, that we are in different places, but we're all here at different places, but we're all here at the same time. We all share this collected, we're members of the, or of the League of Like Minded Beings. So, regardless of where you live, we are still connected at the same time. And that is what is like, how about that shit? I mean, seriously, how about that shit? Because there are times when you say, well, people are disconnected. Really? And you all help prove in this, I keep calling it an experiment. It's this, social experience that by sharing the way we do and having, I know I'm the one that's talking all the time, but I reread a lot of what you guys talk about. So to me, you are part of the conversation. Um, and through your conversation, it stimulates the sometimes some really weird stories and thoughts and remembrances. But anyway, and that's how I keep going for 5 hours. But it's 4:20 in the morning, and I love you people. I do. I hope you get it. I really do. I hope you get it. I think you do because you wouldn't still be here. So, but anyway, soon going to do a card reading for the first of the year, and the next couple of days or so. I just wasn't quite in the mood to be able to do it tonight, but soon. Okay, they're on me to do it. Susie Q, I love you too. Richard, thank you. Oki, Deborah. Um, and as always, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. Me and Duggar, every day when we go out and he goes chasing cats, I continue to pray, as he does, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and yes, the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which I think is important to you and me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and all of your relations will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe, and that you continue to reject the chaos in your life that simply isn't necessary. Yes, it's been 5 hours, 5 hours and 8 minutes and 14 seconds and counting. Yeah, I did it again. So it's all y'all's fault. Susie and Deborah and Richard, Oki, it really is honestly good to hang out with y'all. So please be safe. And hopefully, I'll talk to you before Wednesday, um, before all our minds get collectively blown or whatever. I don't know, but, you know, who knows? I don't know. How are we going to get ready for it? What are we going to do if we don't know what's going to happen to us? What do we know? I don't know. I'm an apprehensive curiosity. So, cheers, my dear friends. Okay. And, you know, worrying about it just ain't going to do no good. So, we'll think about the positive things. And in my 69 and a quarter years, because I just had to throw it in there one more time, uh, you know, what is the importance of life? Why am I here? It's to have the experience and to learn the fact that if you want to go to Ohio, or if you want to go someplace, and that you can figure it out and go there, and that you can visit different places. And for me, I don't travel much, but I get to speak to Richard and to Oki and to Sue and to Deborah and to Elderberry and to Teresa and to Michelle and all y'all. And in this way, I get to travel. In this way, it's not necessarily living vicariously with you, but I get to experience through you w- the rest of the world. Our friend down in Singapore, and somebody that we got folks in Australia. And now, Oki, I will try my best to remember that you're in Israel, and Richard, you over in the UK. I just love it. Oh, by the way, if I am truly related to, I see Richard, right, and thinking Richard the Lionhearted, right? One of my ancestors through Robert E. Lee and goes back to England. And from there, the Lee family originated in France. And when they did the round table thing, he would, the Lee family came over to England to help Richard and fix that issue back in the day, and then became landed gentry. Now, this is all through the autobiography of Robert E. Lee and through his family's lineage. And because they could trace it. He could. And if that's true, if I am related to Robert E. Lee, then Robert E. Lee was married to um, George Washington's granddaughter. So I would also be related on that side too. But to the fact though the thing is that somewhere supposedly there is part of the round table or some kind of one of the shields or whatever that has the um, Lee family crest somewhere in one of them castles over there because of what happened all them centuries ago. So, but anyway, so some of my relatives was from there after they, crossed that channel. They must have swam back then. So I love you all. Be safe. Thank you, Richard, and everybody. Please be safe, okay? No matter what's up. And okay, I hope you don't need my helmet. Be safe. Doc and Ween, everybody. TTFN for now. And I'll talk to you soon. I promise I'm going to do card readings again soon. Okay. Within the next couple days. Okay. Love you. Be safe. TTFN and cheers, 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 cheers. Believe, 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 believe. Have faith in yourself. And it's a big little world. And this coming year, I believe this, Deborah, that over the last couple of years, having this experience, this in 2021, that's bye bye. There are some things that I really want to bring with it. And that's the friendship of everybody here and all the subscribers and people that we've met and the conversation, right? So that this year, though, it seems like having had all these previous years, this year is going to be more enlightening simply because we've been together longer. We've been friends longer. We've hung out longer. So our friendship has grown and uh, it's got to be a good year, right? Be safe. Cheers. Bye. Thank you, Travis. I know you was hanging out in the back and Okie and everybody. I ain't going through y'all's names. You know you're there. I love you. Talk to you soon. Bye.